Are you serious? Already? God damn it. One, two, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 30. Oh, kurwa. Okay. Do. Scenes, main, let's fucking go. Reset the timer. What's up, guys? Thank you for letting me get some extra sleep today. I was just dead. I didn't do video editing most of the weekend. And I'm pretty slow at it because I'm not very good. Only got like 11 minutes edited. Hey, Floofy. How you doing? A little bit loud. Okay. Our dialogue system. Oh, how do we want to even approach this? I had no time over the weekend to think about how we want to go about making our dialogue system. And it's mainly like, how do I want to structure the data? How do we get from one line to another to another? You know, usually it's... Let me do it this way. Let's think about it, because usually it's a flowchart, right? Yes, that's fine. Okay. Usually you have like your start, right? Where it's like, hey, what's up? Hello. Hello. And then you have, you know, your set of options. So this is like, let's see. Your set of options, your exit. Option 1. Somebody next to me is making banging sounds. And not the good kind of banging. So it's usually something like this, right? And then option 1 might lead into its own thing. Lazy Fangs, you just joined and you have a meeting. I feel so bad for you. Okay, so let's see. Now I don't know if anyone was part of it. I don't know if anyone here was part of like my old Darkest Dungeon servers and whatnot, but I had made like a choose your own adventure type game before. And it was pretty flexible. It in fact was extremely flexible and all data driven. I could make something similar here, where most of the work is going to fall on to the writer, in which case this is me. But it's very flexible and allows for a lot of different options. Where essentially each of these is a page, right? Or I'll compare it to my Choose Your Own Adventure novel, even though this is not really a novel. But essentially we have text and choices. So actually I would even say it's a little bit less involved than a Choose Your Own Adventure book. Because Choose Your Own Adventure book has to have that page, and then you have the choices, and those choices take you to other pages. We don't necessarily have as much to write, and it's not an RPG like that was. It was a full RPG game. But we see this as each of these is going to take you to a page, it's going to give you text, and then each of those pages, in this case, is going to have their own choices. Yeah, let's see. Also, maybe I should change this a bit so that there's actually an area for text to appear. So maybe we make it like just a little bit taller, just a smidgen, and then we push these options down like here, and make this the response area. That might work. God, he looks like such a tool. Where's my day-night cycle so fast? Here we go. Okay. Let's do that first. Size Y. Let's make this 375. We have a horizontal box. I'm going to wrap the dialogue options in a vertical box. For now, we'll make it fill. And then I'll make a new widget. Do I want to make a new widget? Yeah, we'll do a new widget. Okay. WBP dialogue response box. Canvas panel. I'm gonna make this I'm gonna make this a rich text box, I think. Rich text response box. And we want this to full screen anchor, no offset. We'll set up the rich text stuff later, but for now, we'll just keep it default. Dialogue response box. Okay. It's at fill right now. The only thing I'm a little worried about regarding that is that it's always going to be 50-50. Well, no, that's okay. That's okay. We can keep that 50-50. Hey, Bartosz. looks a little wonky. It would be nice to have a border around this. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this with a border. What color do I use here? Border, brush color. Yeah, I'm gonna put a little bit of a can't do child padding, that's fine. We'll do a padding below this one. Like, I don't know, 5, not 10. Should work. Okay, my first time making a full real dialogue system, but I want to do it in a way that is not going to take me 2 weeks. That's the plan. It needs to be simple, but still conveys the purpose that I would like it to serve. We're gonna need like some tag system or some way to determine if the player has like met the NPC. You know, for me the flexibility is more important than the presentation in a way. And normally I would say that that's not the right approach. But I think for prototype it is. Like, and I mean presentation as in, how fancy does this look? Does it have, you know, lip-synced animations? Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. All I have to do is tell the publisher, yeah, they're gonna have facial animations, they're gonna sit down places, whatever. Or should be like, okay, I get it. But conveying the purpose of this, the fun of this, I think is going to be primary. So getting commissions is a bit, you know, it's a bit subtle, right? You need to observe their needs. You need to read carefully. And I think that the way we do that is with rich text, right? And is there a good example? Let me show you some examples of rich text. If you don't know what I'm talking about, which it's possible that some of you don't know Unreal, and so rich text might seem a little, you might not know what it means. Here's an example. And in this way you can decorate the text block with, you know, images with different colors, different font settings. So that this way if we wanted to, we could make it so that like certain things like undead, the word undead is a little bit highlighted. And that way the player can be like, oh, okay, needs undead, okay. It's gonna be fighting some undead, so maybe I need some potion that helps with that. That's my thought, at least. Yeah. The first iteration of this is going to be very I already know it's going to be very, very bare bones. But I want to push dialogue systems into kind of a realm that they haven't really been explored before, or not very deeply. And that is going to require iteration. That's going to require more prototyping in the future. More work for the vertical slice. Probably a small team to focus on just that and making it the best that it can be. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can think of some of the data we're going to need here. NPC dialogue loop almost, or NPC dialogue. I'll just put it this way. NPC dialogue is going to have a few bits of information. Let's put our goals here. The goal is goals are different responses based on location and weather, maybe. That's fluff, right? It isn't necessary, it's fluff. That adds immersion, it doesn't add gameplay. Immersion is useful, immersion is great. Immersion without gameplay is kind of pointless, and gameplay without immersion can work. It just depends on the game that you're trying to make. But gameplay and immersion usually are always better, with very few exceptions. I think for Proto, let's see, for Proto... First prototype. Let's say this is... We'll highlight the ones that we want for sure on first prototype. First iteration needs to have these things. Dialogue loops. And this is... How can I explain dialogue loops? Do I still have that? Yeah. Okay, so the way that I look at something, what I call dialogue loops, are where you have... Well, exactly this option 1 to see these other options. And if you can go in here, you can ask these questions and then come back to this set and you can go in again. So it's almost a way to... It's not very immersive to ask the person the same thing and receive the same information that you did before. The thing is that it's good for the player experience, right? To, wait, what did they say? Or, wait, I want to go back and just reread what they said before, see if I missed any information. That way you can ask them the same thing and they're not going to be like, you already asked me that, I'm not going to answer that again. It's realistic, it's not very fun. Maybe it can be if done right, but I don't think this is... It's more... It isn't for a casual game like this. So you almost need like initial response. So the thing that they're going to say to you when you first see them. Recurring response. Thing they'll say on first meeting. Thing they'll say on second plus meeting. We also want this NPC to leave and then come back, right? With the having changed in some way based on your first meeting and the first potion or potions that you give them. So I'll say that the initial response and the recurring response different based on based on how many times they've left and come back. It's a really bad way of putting it. With the cat. Okay, let me put a cat in chat as well. God, I'm still a little tired. Oh, fuck me. Let me put an example down here. So we'll do we'll just call him our mage right now. We'll do like first meeting ID, second meeting ID. Each of these is going to be the same structure. And we need a initial response, recurring responses, if we want to have more than one. That'll be an array. These will be strings. We must need to separate, like, things that you can say to them that are just responses. That are just, this is going to trigger a response. You'll see the dialogue, and then either this response stays, so you can say it again, or it disappears. And then there are other ones where they will take you into that dialogue loop, right? So we have just regular options. You say them, NPC says something back. That's it. There are other ones that take you into separate dialogue loops like this. We like initial available options. I really like that though. Initial. I'm gonna change this from response to greeting. Initial greeting, recurring greetings, and we'll use responses here. So we'll separate that these dialogue options, these are responses for the player. I think is the way that I want to look at that. this will be an array of its own structure. And this needs to have the response string ID, which is a name. I feel like I'm building this though and it will take me multiple weeks to do. I feel like it will. This will be, if I want to do this the way that I want to, it's going to be very complex. How do I prototype this? How do I just get a first iteration in before I dive deep into this madness of structures? Because I'll show you what I'm trying to base this on. I have it somewhere, right? Yeah, here we go. I think I showed this last week. Right, so you know, this is a very complex structure. For essentially what is here one page. And you have these choices, you have requirements for each of them. A lot of nested structures here. This is a lot of data to parse through and get perfectly correct. But it feels like we're putting the cart before the horse. Dialogue. Let's focus on the goals for now. New goals. Prototype goals. Subtle hinting at potions they need. Options to explore. Some options for obtaining more information. Subtle hinting at additional potions they may need. Obvious information on the initial potion they want. Some options for obtaining more information about their journey / quest, whatever, right? Some options for obtaining more lore. That's actually all we need. And I don't think we get too crazy with it. This is something that is quicker to mock up than it is to prototype. And arguably, if you recorded a 10 to 15 minute exchange, it could even be scripted, right? Exchange with a friend, like, you know, in real life, right? You just record 10, 15 minute talk of what you want the dialogue to look like. That's 10 to 15 minutes that you can explain what you're trying to make, as opposed to spending 2 to 3 weeks in engine actually making it. It's just something that is way, way faster to do that way, and I think I'm going to do it that way instead. I don't think that the investment of time that it would take to properly create the dialogue system for prototyping would be worth it. I'd rather spend that time working on other aspects like the open world. Primarily the open world, because it's where the player is going to be spending most of their time. And that's something that I can't record a video of to explain it, right? And no matter how complex the dialogue system, if I record a 10-15 minute video talking with one of my friends, it's easier to make the dialogue system. It just takes time. Once we get what we want and the data that we need, we can break it down into parts with some other very logical people who are, you know, better with that. And then we just make it. That's just time and iteration. I'm not really worried about achieving it. It's just, I'm worried about the time that it's going to take to achieve it right now. So at least for now, if we just have even if it's just, we throw all the options here, make it easy for the player to get what they need to know, go out into the world, collect the ingredients, make the potion or potions, and give it to them. And then have a response based on that, right? Like a consequence based on that. That shows the system in its barest, most simple, quickest to make form. Yeah, I feel better about doing it that way. Otherwise, I would be sitting here for weeks, and I would love to. I'd love to make a proper dialogue system, and I could do it, but we would waste all of our time on that. Okay, knowing this, we're not going to do any dialogue loops. It's literally just going to be, you click on one of these, you get response. The dialogue option stays there. So it's going to be very one-to-one, right? It's going to be very much option, response. And it's just going to be it's literally just going to be this. And maybe we can make it so that if you click on one of those, if we have time, and it doesn't take too much work, you click on one of those, you obtain some information, then you can ask other questions based on that. Request, subtle information hinting about additional potions they may need. Yeah, this is gonna be bare bones, but it'll work. All right, let's see, data. Let's think here. New folder. Dialogue. New structure. Structure. NPC dialogue. I know it's a little, maybe it's a little bit of a letdown, but I promise if we get funding for this, you will see as much as I can show about us creating the proper dialogue system. And I will, because it's so special and because it's so important to the game, I would be showing it off as much as we could. Being, you know, how do you guys feel about this change? How do you feel about this? Here's something we did to make it a bit easier to see certain things. But such is the reality of prototyping, right? Okay, initial greeting ID. We're still going to do it based on like string IDs because we already have the system to grab strings based on IDs. So I'm just going to throw all these strings into our string table. Use the pre-existing system, even though it isn't the way that you should do it. Let's see. Let's do a new structure. ST NPC, or we'll just do dialogue option. And I think this would have to be a F name. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, we would need two names. We need the option text ID, and then the response text ID. Dialogue option. Dialogue options. We have greeting, we have options, which will each have the ID and the string response ID. Do we need anything else from that? This is how we write it. Options pertain more, yeah. Yeah, this is a start. Yeah, let's try making a data table. Miscellaneous. Data table. NPC dialogue. ET. NPC dialogue. So the way that I can then do this is set up two rows. So the row is mage first meeting. Initial greeting ID will do be like D underscore for like dialogue. Mage first meeting. Three dialogue options. Option text will be D. Mage first meeting. We'll call it like mage, maybe just mage 1. Keep it short, right? Mage 1 underscore option 1. Gonna use numbers here. Numbers make it better visually. For balancing purposes. Mage 1, option 2. Mage 1, option 3. Response text. Response 1. Okay, very, very simple. On our mage here, I'm going to do this. We're going to do a variable, and this will be an F name. I will do current dialogue set. I don't know what else to call it. And we'll just put in the mage one. UI dialogue widget. We're then going to need to send. Actually, we need a few other things added to this NPC dialogue. Very simple stuff. We just need a texture 2D. This is the NPC icon. Name. Oh, lower. Name, class, and just race. I don't really know what else to put there. It's just kind of placeholder info. And then we can update this with NPC mage name mage. BC class mage. Race elf. Yeah, that works. Do we have like an icon that we can use for this? Elf icon. It's not. Right, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. At this point, it's too funny not to do it. The icon elf. Art. See icons. Utterly ridiculous, but it works. Okay, current dialogue set is mage 1. That's perfect. So we're telling it this row name, mage 1, this is the dialogue set. And when it, when we tell the NPC to leave and then come back, I don't know, 24, 48 in-game hours later, whatever. then we can tell him to switch to a different dialogue set. So it's basically a very rough, kind of improper way of updating his state, so to speak. Today I learned how to use Unity timescale properly. Is that with like day and night system? The timescale? I don't know Unity terms, so you have to tell me. Alright, do we send information to the dialogue widget and have it updated there? Now the whole game timescale factor, how fast animations and physics work. Oh, okay, so like ticking, Unreal ticks. Like how often it should update physics and stuff. I see. I see. Is it easy to work with, or is it kind of backwards? I can have UI work independently from the game itself. Oh, that's nice. I would not know how to do it. I'm glad that there's just built-in nodes in Unreal for pausing and unpausing the game, and the UI just works independently from that. As if it didn't. I don't know how I would do it. It's too low level for me. Send information to the dial. We need to have a function here, or do we do it based on BPI? If we handle it all through the dialogue widget itself, we can just send it to the children. Easy now that I get it. Is that how it always is? Well, actually, no, there are some things that I get and they're still fucking difficult. YouTube playlists. Why am I listening to this on YouTube? Isn't the Starbound soundtrack on Spotify? Sometimes I wonder if actually this Starbound soundtrack composer would be a good fit for Cauldron Chronicles. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it yet. Dialogue. Yeah, if we handle it all through the dialogue widget, and we just send this the information and it passes it on. That work? It just feels like a backwards way to do it. Like, why pass information to this if the information isn't needed here? No, that feels kind of pointless, to be honest. UI dialogue. Do this. Let's do a blueprint interface for now. If I have to refactor this at some point, it is what it is. I don't care. Update NPC details. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Let's do see dialogue structure. That's a lot of shit to pass through to it, though, isn't it? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for a prototype. Just a prototype. Just a prototype. Just motherfucking prototype. Shut up and just do it. Interface, dialogue, system, update NPC details, T name is variable, I icon, class variable, race. Did we fix the issue with... I don't think we ever fixed the issue with the strings. Remember how like I overrode these strings for a commission system on accident, and I don't think I ever fixed that. Maybe I should do that today, because I'm about to put more strings in it. If it gets even more different than what it was before, I'm kind of fucked. Changed item. Content, alchemy, data. I'm just gonna have to get the history, let's see. I want to download this change set though. How do we do? I don't think I've ever had to do that in plastic before. I know I can't diff. I want to get and see the history. Save this revision. Problem is, it saves it as a U asset. Okay, but I could do it then. So I could I would just export my current string table as CSV. I'd override it with the old one. And then just copy and paste the new shit into it. Added in the rest of the ingredients. This is the one that I overwrote. So let me see. Save this. Save that. Alchemy, data, strings. Yeah, it's got none of the right strings in there. Okay. Let's close this. Open here, desktop. I think it's this one. Now, it wasn't changed or checked out at all. Data string. Now this should have the commission stuff in there. Yes. Perfect. Export as CSV. Old. And we will revert. Perfect. Post that. And then I'm just going to take all of these. Here we go. Perfect. Problem solved there. All right. Let's see. I want to add in some additional things here. We need to add in NPC name mage. NPC class mage. The race elf. Mage 1. Then for now, I'm just going to put in the I'm just gonna put in the IDs as the text themselves, as the strings. For testing purposes, right? Okay. Get icon, set texture, set brush from texture. Icon. Name, class, race. Okay, so get name, get class, get race, set text, get string, is that the one? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Okay, and then copy and paste this 2 more times. A little bit of spaghetti nonsense, but it is what it is. I'll try to make it look a bit better. Those above. A little bit of space in between each one. And then we'll go down here. Who is banging? I don't think you guys can hear it. Maybe you can. Very obnoxious. That's better. Okay, update NPC details, NPC info. When the dialogue widget is open. So when the player interacts. We're going to go to the dialogue widget and tell it to initialize dialogue. You guys can hear it, but it sounds like somebody is occasionally I don't know, like smacking a stapler or something. Or even just like hammering. Just once. So annoying. Okay, we're gonna send it to the... We're just gonna send it the F name from the NPC. That's all we're gonna send it. NPC current dialogue set. Okay, initialize dialogue. Current dialogue set. Update NPC. On the dialog widget, we need to grab the details panel, which should be a direct reference to that object. Perfect. And update NPC details. But first we need to grab we need to get data table row. Of NPC dialog. And we're going to promote this to a local variable of dialog set data. Dasta, no data. Okay, at the very least, this should be the first bit of info, if we did it correctly. Error no string. That's probably because I didn't re-import the strings. No, I did not. No, I did. Okay, that's step one down. Let's see. BPI dialog system. Initial NPC setup. Initial dialog setup. And this is going to have that same structure input. We actually need to send this to both the response box and the options box. So we need to implement the BPI here too. We're gonna have the first iteration of this dialogue system done today, which is a hell of a lot better than the, I just know how much time it would take to do it properly. And it would be very flexible. It would be great. It's just if you aren't gonna use the flexibility, why add it? And if it's just going to be destroyed and then rebuilt properly for the vertical slice, it's better to just do it then. Okay, update NPC details. This is the response box. Get the response box. Set text. Break. This is the initial greeting ID, so get string. That's it. That's it for that one. Now, dialogue options. We can actually delete these. We know that it works, this scroll box, but we do need to give it a options box, variable, compile, save. Not details. Initial dialogue setup. Break. And this will be on the dialogue options. We're going to for each loop. Break. For each option text ID get string. Create widget. Dialog option. Get the options box. Add child. Let me check the UI for that sec, the response. E option number, T option text. Okay, I see what we have to do. I could just tell it to do it in the function. Initialize option with an input of an integer, which is option number, and then option text, which is a text. Should be easy. And the option number is number period space. To string integer. Wait, I think there's a build string option, right? Build string. That way we can do a suffix of period space. Option number get, set text. A little bit easier that way. Get, set text, option text. Return. We might need to store data within this dialog option because it has the button. We may need to store information in here too about which string do we show when the player presses it, right? So let me think. Let's set another variable. Response ID, fname, people here. Initialize option. We move this over. Array index. This should really be a function. This really should be a function. better. Remote to local variable. Current, or we'll just do array index. And then option number is going to be array index plus 1. Sorry, I'm not mad at the work. I'm mad at somebody in the adjacent office pounding. Could be a hole puncher too. Option text is this. Initialize option, add child. One last thing we need to do is then get this response text ID in there. I'm gonna move this over again. Response, set response ID. Fuck you. Try to keep the spaghetti a bit minimal. Not always possible, but gotta do the best with what you have, right? Granted, you can always just promote some of this stuff to a local variable first, and then you can pull it out when you need it. Okay, so dialogue options. I think that's it. We just return from that. NPC details panel, update NPC details. Dialogue response box. Why did I do event update NPC details on? Should be this event. The initial dialogue setup. Okay, initial dialogue setup. These should be messages. I don't think that there's a major difference between them here. But better safe than sorry. Response box, and then the dialogue options list. Exact same thing. Again, not the most proper way to handle things. But it's fine. Just a prototype. Now we don't have the buttons working yet for these, but it should. Yeah, we need to set up the rich text. But if we see that, that's a good idea because it's saying that it tried to put some text in there. And we see our option 1, 2, and 3 here. But we do need to set up a data table for the rich text. Okay. Let me do that. Response box, designer, rich text response box. BT rich text. Wait, we already had a rich text? Data table? Did we use rich text somewhere else? I can't remember. We didn't. Wait, where was it? Alchemy UI rich text. Gold, white, green, red. Huh? Oh wait, I know where we use this. We use this in the commission system. Totally forgot about that. I think that's where we use it. Okay, it should have a default style then. It's gonna be, I think, too big. It's actually not too bad. Demage 1. Initial greeting. That's what I would prefer it say, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, the only thing left is to make it so that when the player clicks on these buttons, they shows the response, which should be really easy. I'll make you dialogue system? You don't have to, I have a dialogue system. I have it after a couple hours. If I'm gonna make a dialogue system, I'll make one as complex as my old Choose Your Own Adventure. Even more complex than this. Don't worry, no, don't worry, Casper. Together, I think you and I can, because we want to do the. We want to do a investigation type game, right? Like a detective type game. Prefer this or graph. I mean, I don't know. But I know that you and I are probably going to spend a good portion of our time working together. I would even say our goal would be to push the boundaries of dialogue systems. That would be pretty cool. But a graph might be better, I don't know. I need, you know, because there at least has to be some easy way to store it in data, and then there has to be an easy way to edit it. And that's kind of a marriage of systems design with user experience in a way. But I will say, I think for prototyping, what we have here with the dialogue system is probably more than good enough. I don't know if you were here earlier, but the thing that I said to chat was that rather than spend 2 to 3 weeks making a really complex dialogue system that we know we can make, it just takes time, we could just record a 15 minute dialogue, like IRL footage of just scripted talking between two people, and it would be enough to show a publisher what the dialogue system is supposed to look like. So like 30 minutes of work versus potentially, you know, 2 to 3 weeks of work. Obviously for like, you know, for vertical slice, you need to implement it properly, but for prototype, you can just record. Okay, let's see. Let's add another BPI function of NPC response. And we'll just send the text directly. Right. Response text. Dialogue option. There is that's the list. Where's the actual? Here we are. Once ID, send ID. No, it needs to have an output. Yes, continue watching YouTube. Jesus Christ. Fuck YouTube. You know, YouTube only does it with playlists. You know, if I had like a 50 million hour video of the Starbound soundtrack, it would never do that. It only does it because it's a playlist. Who wants that? Who thought that that was a good user experience to pause playlists? And there's not even an option to like, don't auto pause playlists. Okay, we need to take the response ID as an F name. Get widget. Get the response box widget. No, this will work. Yeah, this will be fine. NPC response. Get response box. Set text. Easy game. One thing I have to do as well with the options list, I want to make sure to clear the list first. Hit options box. Dear children. Forgot to put that in there. Actually, technically, we wouldn't have to do that each time because we remove from parent if it's valid. But this is safe. This is just backup. A little bit of redundancy is fine. I think next couple weeks I will have to be more introvert mode, aka goblin decay mode. Oh. You have some like crunching or something? Destabilize my life and start a light diet. Yeah, I can understand. Maybe finish that level design. You gotta like put your foot down in your own life. I get what you mean. I gotta do that too. Cross You Live, thank you for the raid. Welcome new members, new little raptors, new micro raptors. Krungle raid. That's a great way to name it. How you guys doing? Mr. Phoebo, Cross, how you guys doing? Yeah, do you still want to go with me and my girlfriend to gym? Potentially. I gotta have to look at my schedule though. How you doing, Cross? What do you normally stream? You streaming game dev as well? The dance is really cute. Who's Jim? A gym in town here in Krakow. It might be. I need to get in better shape. I'm alright. I kind of stream whatever I feel like. That's the way to do it. I couldn't imagine streaming the same thing all the time, right? Pre 10 a.m. hours or post 8 p.m. Okay. Give me some time to think about that. Usually games, but I've done some art streams and music. Oh, art streams. What do you draw? And music. Do you make music, or are you just streaming like just some hanging out, some chatting, and music in the background? Also, what games are you playing? Let's talk games. Minhera music. What is that emote? Oh my god. That chat emote's so good. Look at the chin. Wait, is Minhera a game? Should we get a Microraptor chat emote? Gigaraptor? Oh, Fangs, typical. Yeah, Lazy Fangs likes to do that. We do have Midraptor. I don't know if you guys have seen that. You know what, actually, I might be able to put, let me see if I have emotes slots. I do have an emote slot. Okay, let me get the Midraptor. Sure. Sit-ups and walls. God damn it. Okay. All right. Let's do the sit-ups first. All right. Ugh. 1, 3, 4, 30 seconds. Oh, so let's fucking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6, 27, 29, 30. Oh, fuck. That one's good. Ooh, that one's good. If I had the money and the space, I would get a standing desk, probably. Oh, getting huge. Trump is gonna have to find a new way to say huge after do more of that wall sitting. Standing desk harness space. They are when you don't have any income. Everything's expensive when you have no income, which is how I'm living at the moment. Okay, events response ID. A B dialog option on released. Be a little wonky. Get I don't think I can get a specific widget of class, right? Just get all widgets. Only gonna be one of them anyway. Kickstarter only for desk. Or Patreon. Would people actually get things though? I don't like bagging, right? Patreon maybe. We do have a Patreon page. I just don't have it set up yet. But I mean, that's kind of what like subbing is for, right? I don't know. You can market the hell out of your desk. Well, okay, so I am going to be moving to. I'm probably going to be moving this year to an adjacent city. And maybe I'll have enough time. Something costs half the profit. You are right about that. You are right about that. Ko-Fi? What is Ko-Fi? Never heard of that. Me having just can cure cancer. It's Patreon without the bullshit and less fees. You should send that to our Discord. I will definitely look into that. I'm away to move to Turkey to get things. 1,000 subs. Holy shit. You ain't getting me on your Discord. Why? I already have too many. You can at least you can add me on Discord, right? You don't have to go on the Discord server, but you can add me on Discord. How about that? It's like $1 to sub in Turkey. Oh my god. Really? Ken, if I knew your hand. Okay, let me put my handle in there. This is my handle in Discord. Discord username. And anybody can add me if you want. You don't have to. I always, by the way, I always have it on Do Not Disturb, but it's mainly because I don't want notifications, like sounds or alerts. So that's just the easier way to do it, but you can just send me shit whenever. 20 cents off a sub from Turk. Why subathons aren't a thing anymore. Oh. I didn't know that. Get a copy, and this will be the response. NPC response message. Get response ID. Get string. Sub equals twerk. Oh yeah, I could twerk now. I can't do it. At a certain point, I don't think people want to watch me twerk for subs. I think that's a little bit too desperate if I did that. Some people do sub and donathons are atrocious. What do you mean? 1,000 bits for twerk? My family watches this stream. My mom and dad sometimes watch this. My aunts sometimes watch this. My grandma probably does at some point. What if I got some... Okay, hold on. Let me see if... What if... I can't show that. I need an adult. Okay. What if I got this? Meow! Thank you for the follow, Crossy. What if I got this and twerked in this? With the little bunny tail. Actually, how much is this? Can I buy this? Bunny onesie for men. Free shipping. I saw a little bit of something that Twitch definitely does not allow. I did. You didn't see that. I didn't think hovering over it would show ass crack, okay? Hey, people do 20... Okay, let me read something. People do 24-hour subathons, but they do them for like 2 to 3 hours a day and call it Subathon Day X. So it's normal streaming, but you're begging for cash. That's kind of fucked up. Get some sad old man from Indo to do it. Oh, I could do like the, Did you guys ever see that Always Sunny episode with, You guys watch Always Sunny? If nobody watches it, then nobody's gonna get that. You're doing 24 hours, stay the fuck up 24 hours. I only ever survived 20 hours. Could I stream for 24 hours? Maybe I could. Okay, unreleased update response. Is this actually gonna work? Did I set this up correctly? Yeah, I actually did. We actually have a working dialogue system. Basic dialogue system. Very, very basic. There's no like sub responses or anything, but it's a start, right? I love his little dance as he gets closer to the spot. It's pretty funny. Fangs progressively died more and more. I already just get dead after like 8 hours of non-stop streaming. Okay, let's see. This looks pretty good. Streamed once and thinks he's hot shit. There, I'll give you a follow. One bit closer to affiliate. Da-da-da. Yeah, no problem. Capture the benevolent. Oh, hold on. Wait for it.
Hello.
There we go. Follow for follow, disgusting. Better than paying for followers. Jesus Christ. Every time, just trying to relax and think. We have to get that the proper fart sound effect too. I keep forgetting to do that one. Perform under pressure. Would you rather do follow for follow or twerk for followers? I don't think I've red pill or blue. I don't think I've been asked for twerking. I don't think anything would come out of it. Let me rephrase that. I don't think anything would come of it. Twerk sounds better, at least it's funny. Yeah, that's true. It is better content. Following someone and then not watching is like the biggest insult to me. Like, why do you follow? Did you follow pity? I don't have time. I don't have much time to watch. And some people that watch me stream, like, because if people are watching me, a lot of times they stream during times that I'm asleep. Okay. Well, I can write some initial greetings. I can write some stuff now, but I don't think I need to. I'd rather work on the system to provide the NPC with potions, some like quick drag and drop. And in order to do that, we need to have a way for the player to view their inventory in the game. We need an inventory system, and we don't have an inventory system. Well, we kind of do. But it's only with ingredients right now. We needed to actually have potions. Just play balloons all day and farm follows. How many people even watch balloons on Twitch? What's the balloons culture like on Twitch? Balloons. There are 9 viewers of balloons right now. Just get a female avatar, pretend you're a girl with a voice changer. Very welcoming. I'm sure they're welcoming. I just don't know how many followers you get from balloons. It does have 322,000 followers though. How? How are 322,000 people following Balloons Tower Defense 6? But does it auto follow when you watch somebody playing balloons? It doesn't, right? There's no way. So 322,000 people have followed Balloons Tower Defense category. It has 2 times as many followers as Palworld. How? How many of you guys would be interested in C++ coding in Unreal? I bet some people would. I think most people watching software and game dev are... You'd probably see some coding going on, right? Oh, there's some blueprints here. Yeah, there's a lot of coding. Some more blueprints. Bloons is older, most people come from YouTube, that's true. It's a secret meta trick, really? To stream Bloons? Do you guys ever play, there's one that I really like. I don't know if most people know about it, but it's Gemcraft. Any of the Gemcraft games, I really like their systems. It's kind of maybe it's not visually appealing, but the system of crafting and combining gems is pretty cool. Yeah, played it back in school back in the Flash days. Yeah, same. And they're on Steam, and they're pretty nice on Steam. Oh, I need to switch my account back to Microraptor. Like in my class, yeah, same. Hey, I still play old school RuneScape. Been playing that since middle school. Because of course, like the first things that they did in school was they blocked you to be able to download games and install them, right? So it's like, okay, now you can go to Flash game sites. But then they blocked like the most popular Flash game sites in our school. But old school RuneScape was still around. You could still go to RuneScape's site and play it through that. And you could run the Java launcher from a flash drive, and it didn't need to install the game. So, okay, thank you, Noita, for having a cloud. So you could bring it on a flash drive and play it from that. Was that? Yeah, that was me. That was me. There's some cloud error with Noita. I don't really know what it is, but whatever. Unable to sync. Okay. Error gone. Okay, we need an inventory system for potions. Now, the good thing is when the player creates potions, when they press the brew button on the alchemy table, I believe that it automatically structures the resulting potion into a potion structure for us. Inventory is fun. I mean, we kind of have it already with the ingredients. I had Minecraft on a flash drive, nice. I've been playing Minecraft since Minecraft, before it was even sold for money. Back when the only thing you could do is break and place blocks, and it was a very, very tiny world. It's just sell it to people for a $5. Jesus, that's great. Try making an inventory system that could be able to be any shape you wanted with any shape items. Huh? Inventory system with any shape? But couldn't you just have like a class shape and then just do an array of that class? I don't know. Who knows? Data, player, inventory. We should have a potion structure. ST potion. Ingredients, effects, flavor, tags. We could add to this maybe like a name. Promo's rotation and putting stuff so that it stays in the relevant cells. Plus it had to do directional power transfer. So over ambitious. Yeah, I've been there. I once made I still don't know how to this day I did it. And wasn't buggy, but I made a game that saved as you played. That way you couldn't like cheese the game. You couldn't like close it if something bad happened because it saved every time a certain action occurred. And then you could load it up and it would load back up to that spot. So it was easily the most complex save game system I've ever made. It worked really well. But it was hell. It was absolute hell. Let's see. Potion. Where do we use ST potion? Cauldron potion panel. Oh, this is the build potion panel, yeah, okay. Why this looks so cancerous. A lot of data being cooked up here. Current effect, potion flavor. Right, I swear we boiled this down. We make ST potion. Get me the fuck out of here. What a comment. So where do we return that info to then? I love debug monsters, yeah. I used to put a lot of them into my Pitch Black Dungeon mod. I actually used to put a lot of stuff into there. Like, I even just shared life stories. And so people who were diving into my mod would just find the weirdest things sometimes. I don't realize what. Sometimes I would use comments to also talk about games that I was playing recently. Like, I think I used mine to talk about Fallout 4. And I put in a whole bunch of comments just about how I felt about Fallout 4, and they're still there to this day. Pretty funny. So we output potion data and we do what with it? Set current potion data. Find references. Just those four. Update potion brew. We do it here to check requirements. Holy spaghetti. There's not much you can do in this case though with doing different tests. Why don't you use it for anything else? But I suppose at the end here where we check if the player passes. Jesus Christ. Well, the current commission system would kind of be obsolete by the time that we get everything where it needs to be. But we could still finish the commission, and
It's just a prototype.
it's true, it is just a prototype. We need to be simple about it. And the good thing is we have the dialogue system. Look, I was ready to come in here and bite the bullet and make dialogue system that was fully complex as I wanted it, and would probably take me 2 weeks to make the way I want it. And you know what? Instead, I spent like 2 hours and we have a very basic dialogue system in place. Just need to put the strings in here to actually represent these IDs. If else is best dialogue tree? Yeah. I mean, this is all that's needed. And if I really wanted to, I could just put in a video. Like, this is a prototype. Here's a representation of what dialogue will look like in the final game. Click it, and it opens up a video on YouTube of that recorded conversation. Publishers are only going to want to see they want to see representations, they want to see mock-ups, they want to know that you can do it, and in this case it would be a very simple thing to explain. Like, yeah, it would take us probably a month to do this properly. That's what the vertical slice is for, and this is in the budget. You can see this is how much we would need to make this dialogue system the way that we have it in the GDD. But this is a start. I think even if the player passes or fails, we could just, no matter what, when they press brew potion, the potion goes into their inventory. And then we just make a, let me see. Let's mock up what it would look like. I think this would be the info panel over here, and we already have that. Or we have a good portion of it, right? So we have the effects, the flavor, and we would just have you know, a different initial info panel. So like the ingredients used, the potion name, the potion icon, whatever, right? And then over here we would probably just have a... My view is so weird. Why is paint having an aneurysm? You guys see this? I think the chat box is covering it a bit. Look at this. The fuck? GPU dying, it better not be. I don't know how much VRAM I'm using actually. What do I see? Where do I see some like metrics? I think this would show metrics, wouldn't it? It's 13%, 16% of GPU. I'm pretty sure Paint 3D just sucks ass. I think that's just what it is. I think Paint 3D is a pale representation of what Paint should be. And over here, I think we would just do just icons of potion. And when you hover over them, why not just use normal Paint? I don't know why. And I think when you hover over each one, we'll just have a small like pop-up with the name or something. And each of them will be a button, so when you hover over them, it'll update the info panel as well. And then if you click on them, it will select that one. And then the info panel over here will stay open on that potion. I think that's the way that I'll do it. Yeah. That'll be good next step here. The fuck paint. So should we add a name to the potion or... If I have like a name to the potion, then we either need a system that automatically generates a name for the potions when you make it, which is... It's so unnecessary for a prototype. Or we have the ability for the player to put a name in it when they make it. Which I think is good. Make prefabs. What do you mean? Do we need a potion name even? Things that you just clone on runtime. In what sense? It's a great emote. Like in what like what things are we wanting to clone? I guess is the question here. Spawning new potions with defaults, letting player name it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like if I have this structure, I could just fill it up with data beforehand. Well, the thing is, we already have the ability to grab potion data, right? Like, so every time that we update the potion panel, we're updating the potion structure that's in there. So we already have the right info to put into the player's inventory. I just think that if we have this kind of inventory of icons, we don't have any way to differentiate which ones are which unless you hover over each one and you look at its stats. So I'm thinking, is there an easy, prototypable way that we can let the player change this info when they make a new potion? Which I guess we could have a little pop-up with set potion name, set potion icon, and you can just select from a list of icons and then just type in a name. And then if the player, fails to differentiate this in any way, it would kind of be their fault. It's not super important, but if the player's experimenting around and then they have, 20 potions that all have the same icon and don't... How do you know which is which here, right? We have a border color. But then what modifies the border color then? Is it the player or do we... Because I was thinking, okay, we could take the ingredients and each of our ingredients has a debug color, right? I could just average the colors together, but then you'll just get a lot of like browns and shit, right? Tint the base image with the color. Well, I think I have sprites that I could use. I know I have potions somewhere. I know I have some... Hold on, let me check my Humble Bundle. Because I can just make the player choose between 10 different sprites that they could do. Run Twitch pod, I use potion with white fluid that I color on runtime. Yeah, I was thinking of doing something. I could do a tint like that. I absolutely could do a tint. But would it be easier to do that, or just easier to throw in 10 icons and just let the player choose between them? If I have icons, it'll be a bit easier. Unreal Engine Ultimate Game Dev Assets. And painted weapon and equipment icons, no. Character avatar icons. No. Well, maybe the equipment has it, I don't know. Let me check. Icons are simpler and more. Yeah, it just depends on what I have. And the things I think that I have. No, that's literally just weapons and equipment, okay. What cool stuff I have here, though. That's a pretty nice one. Modular, too. I have so many good things. I have so many good things. This is why I need to make that Nightmare Lake idea come to reality. 7,000 game dev icons bundle. Okay, it's gotta be here, right? Ocean icons. By the way, we don't have to tell anyone, but if anyone wants any of these, just message me on Discord, okay? I know how much little things like this can help with prototyping, so just if anything is needed, right? Illegal? Yes. Yes, it is. But it's only illegal if they know that you're doing it. I mean, I think for us, as long as the player just has some different color options, I think it's good. I think we Gucci. Let's see, let's get them in the game. Content, alchemy, art. Ocean, icons. Technically, I mean, isn't it kind of, I guess, a gray area? Oh, they have a PSD for all the potions, too. That's actually really nice. I don't think the other ones have a PSD included. That one's pretty cool. Alright, let's see. Let's do... green, blue, pink, red, purple, yellow, orange. I like this one better. Teal. It's a start. And add-ons. gonna do this one, that one. That should be good. That's a good smattering of different colors. Deep ocean icon 1. I might make a data table or something just with these icons, because it'll be easier to do a for each loop from that than it would be to reference each one of these individually. Yeah, you know what, maybe that's not needed. Maybe it's not needed. Okay, 12 icons is pretty good. Let's take and make a new set of 2 new variables. Texture 2D and string icon name default values. We'll just do unknown ocean and we'll set a default of that ocean icon. Okay, so I think the way we would want to do this is that we send this potion data to a widget that opens up when you press brew potion, and you have the option there to rename it and reset the icon, but the other things are unchangeable. Yeah. This would also be a cool, you know, I've kind of been thinking about whether we want the player to just to be able to make things that you drink, or if the player can make, like if you prepare something in the cauldron and you can thicken it up to make like a salve, you know, or an ointment, things like that, like, I don't know. I think there are a million different ways we can explore the idea of creating what's the word I'm thinking of? I guess of creating mixtures and putting them into different states themselves, depending on what the client needs. So maybe the client isn't looking for a healing potion, but they are looking for something with healing properties that they can apply to their skin, or like burns or something, right? So you create a healing ointment or a salve, you know, a lotion that they can apply. I just don't know if it would be too much, so to speak. Update potion panel. Okay, so we set current potion data. When the player presses brew potion, what happens? Alchemy UI. Brew potion button. Update potion brew. We just do it in this function. Regenerate a new commission, check commission requirements. I suppose it's here where we could tell a widget to appear. Like if, no matter what, if player passes or doesn't, we could run a macro. Or function to a widget. I love finding functions that I just don't remember making at all. I don't remember. It's like, oh, I guess we had to make that. There aren't any compile errors right now, right? No, okay. Let's make a new widget. And we'll do... We put it in Cauldron? Now we'll make a new folder. Potion. WBP potion finishing. We might expand on this later, but for now we just need the player to be able to change. We need it to bring in a struct, allow the player to change the string and icon. And then when they finish it, it adds it to the player's inventory. Which I don't think we have the player inventory set up yet. We need potions. Oopsies. Potion. Hey, Gaia. Well, when I write a function in a class and then find a similar function already in the classroom before, yeah, like, oh, okay, okay, just delete this one. Use the other one. Yeah, I do that all the time. So, dude, we're working on our dialogue system. So we have the prototype dialogue system. We completed it in a couple hours, nice and simple. And I'm just kind of hooking up other pieces to this in order for us to have a way to give the NPCs the potions that they need. We need a way to store the potions in the player, and then you're working finally. Yeah, we did have a few days of gaming, didn't we? We're gonna have a few more days of gaming. It's gonna be a lot of gaming this month. I did do some Elden Ring on Sunday, but I didn't make too many people notice of that. 5 push-ups, sit-ups, squats. Which one? You have to tell me which one do you want? Push-ups? Okay, let me do push-ups. Okay. We did it. I did it, Mom. I know you can't. So how am I supposed to let you guys see? I don't have any other way. My camera, it's really small. Doesn't count. I'll show you what it looks like right now. I'll show you where you guys are located. I'm gonna take a picture of you guys. Okay, smile. Okay, you're smiling. Okay, let me take a picture. Perfect. And then I'll upload this to Discord. Okay, this is where you guys are. You guys are behind my monitors in the middle, on top of my Stream Deck box. So it's like I can't pull you guys out of there at all. Boo. I know. And God damn it, fuck you, YouTube. Pausing my playlist randomly. Somebody sent me a database of publishers and investors. Previous colleague. Did you drink water today? I am drinking spicy water. Do love to help in any way I can. Whether that be design or helping with theme page writing. We know. Hey, there's nothing wrong with spicy water. Don't shit on my spicy water. Okay, we got our potions in here. Perfect. Now, when the player finishes, we need to tell this to pop up. Let's design it. Canvas panel. Let's do a border, centered. Alignment 0.5, size to content. All right, let's see. That's a button, not a border. I am stupid. There it is. All right. Do horizontal box. Name and set potion icon. Yeah, okay, we'll do it that way. I'm sorry, not a horizontal box, vertical box. Vertical box. Text, image, you'll see why in a sec. Let's make the text black. UI stuff, yay. This one won't be too much. This one will be pretty simple. This one's gonna be just a little finish and rename potion. Okay, name and set potion icon. I don't much mind UI stuff personally. Yeah, good enough. Name and set potion icon. How do I make a drop down list with? How do I do this? Maybe a list view. Yeah, I can do a list like that, but there's specifically a drop-down list. That I can't find. Oh, here we go, the combo box. I can do a combo box string. Return a custom build widget. Combo box key. What does that look like? Items. What a UI design course in the next genre of game I want to make. I want to make UI for a looter shooter. I would love to make a looter shooter one day. I really like looter shooters. Stuff like Borderlands and stuff. Love it. Love games like that. A lot of UI though for looter shooter. Well, I guess depends on the game's complexity, right? It doesn't have to be. Can I, wait, hold on. If I put the combo box in here, can I get what the player is currently hovering over? Don't know if there's an override for that. I can get is hovered. Not really the same. I think I can do it. I did 24 screens for 5v5 team FPS. Holy shit. That's a lot. I could do a drop down, or I could do something where the player just clicks on buttons. Maybe that's the slightly dirtier but easier way to do it. Also, my soundtrack ran out. Guys, I was just typing in 10 hours Skyrim on YouTube. 10 hours fine. Space SK. And guess what popped up? 10 hours Skibidi Toilet. This new generation kids, it's not looking good for them. Dude, no. No, you're not doing that. I'm not gonna tell you try it. Can't do that. Can't do that. Have you seen all the Twitter posts of people with the Hold on, there was one today that was I think I put it on the YouTube or I'm sorry, on the Discord. I'm invested, I need to catch up. No, you don't. It was this. This is the most virgin thing I've ever seen. Thanks for posting. And it's somebody exiting their Cybertruck with the fucking Apple, whatever the hell, on their face. It just looks so dumb. I reminds me of the Necromongers from Riddick. I mean, I saw people like using it while they're driving, and you know, will they have Tesla autopilot on? I don't know. They're just maybe I'm getting old, but this just does not seem like the right way to do things. Yeah, yeah. I think the term cooked is the best way to describe all of this. The new generation of kids is just, they're cooked. It's over. WBP. Ocean finishing icon. I don't think kids will be able to afford a 3K. I mean, you know, you don't never know. People spend their money on weird fucking stuff. And it's only going to get cheaper as the technology becomes more available. I would say it's the dumb grown-ups that's the problem. I think for now it is. I think for now, Apple cheaper, might want to think, okay. It depends though if, okay, the Apple versions won't get cheaper. You're right. But the other, you know, companies that come in and try to make something cheaper and more available, it's going to happen. Image. It's going to be a button with an image. How it's going to be. Button, size to content. We don't want any padding on this. Actually, if I wrap this with a border. I don't think they would. Apple's getting buying power simply on brand alone. That's true. Nobody buys this because they think this is the new sleeper hit that everyone will have in 2 years. I mean, Google tried it with the Google Glasses, right? Whatever that was called. But then there were like major privacy concerns. Even VR has a super hard time biting into the gaming market. I think that these are going to have a lot of the same concerns as the Google Glasses did. Which is, we need laws on where and when people are allowed to use this. And, you know, some confirmation that these things can't be hacked in some way and used for nefarious purposes. I agree with you, though. I don't, you know, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. We really do. Our laws are fucking terrible for keeping up. Yeah. Well, and the tech companies don't want it to happen because they can use this gray area currently to get around a lot of regulations. Icon. Do I see the border? It's got padding. I guess I need child padding. Yeah, content padding. There we go. No padding here. Icon button. Making UI use absolute garbage. I hate it, especially prefabs. I've never made any UI in Unity before. I definitely don't want to. For me, Unity is not very user friendly. That's just me. Maybe general UI shit, maybe. I don't know, at least for me using it, and this is not to say that it is this way, it's just for me, I found it very difficult to work with as a designer. I found it, I don't know, I found it very difficult to just get certain basic things put into a scene and have them perform. And I think for me, it just came down to like coding. And at the time that I used it, and remember this was before Unreal Engine 4.0, is when I used this last. So my experience is very old. It was difficult to work with. I didn't like it. Let's see, 16. That might be too small. Yeah, it's too small. Too small. No boop. Yeah, it's exactly it. That was exactly the problem. But I mean, Unreal 4 came out and I started using blueprints and it was like, oh shit, this is so much faster. And then I think that the biggest benefit that Unreal has over Unity right now is just how many things work in Unreal right out of the gate. When Trusty's like, oh, you can compile blueprints down into code. You can nativize the blueprints if you want. There's some way to do it. I forget where. There's some button you can press. Kind of hidden. Coming balls up, and I want to work with C++. Yeah, that and the Unreal API does take some time to learn. Border. I want to make this a variable. Because we're gonna change the border color based on whether or not the player has selected it. So right now, this is what it looks like if the player doesn't have it selected, and when the player selects it, we can change the color to something else. And then, you know, switch it back. That's my thinking, at least. So we're gonna have a horizontal box. Is it going to... I don't know. I had to work with Turbo Pascal libraries for the Mac, graphical libraries, never again, esoteric shit. Using Turbo Pascal as a modern language for application creation. You are speaking a different language. Describe it in Fortnite terms for me. No, don't do that. Please don't do that. I don't know Fortnite either. I don't want to know Fortnite. Ocean finishing. Thing is, if I put enough of these on here, they're just going to push the... But if I do a size box, is it going to push them to the next row? Probably not. It will if I replace this with the uniform grid panel though, right? No, that's not. Yeah. The wrap box will do it. You need to learn programming on OS 14. The cheapskate used Turbo Pascal because it has lots of open source crap. I mean, that's kind of understandable. Let's do a width override. Can I put child padding on it? Onto inner slot padding. 5.5. On this image, we'll put padding on the bottom of 8. It's hard to see those, too small. Let's make the icon 50 by 50 and the outer border padding of 2. Let me see what that looks like on screen. It's not bad. Not terrible. Potion icon box is variable, yes. Delete. Actually, let me put those back. Just so I can see what the potion naming is gonna be like. In between these two, we'll do a horizontal box. Text of name, and then an editable text box, bill, unknown potion, size box. Let's set this to 500. I'm gonna wrap this with a border and just make it. Well, actually, I don't know what it'll look like when the player is typing it in. Let me undo that. Go back here and we'll do get player controller. Set show mouse cursor. Set input mode UI only. That way I can see what it looks like. Yeah. Is read only just. I could set up a small macro to validate what the player's putting in. That way we can give them like a character limit. Otherwise it might get out of control. You set certain pixel sizes on the UI. How do you deal with different resolutions? So it automatically scales. And all you have to do is just determine anchoring. I think you can set custom scaling too for different elements if you want it. But it should automatically handle scaling, and you can see the different like resolutions here. What I hate the most? You can tell it to like remain the same size no matter the scale, or to automatically scale following the curve. Like here you can see I have it anchored to the center of the screen. So it'll always just follow that center. Depends on your resolution. I mean, most people are going to be playing on 16:9 resolution or even like widescreen. And you can see here if I drag it over to 1920 1080 or 2560, it's going to look the same. The scaling looks fine on this. I don't remember where the scaling curve is held. It's somewhere. I forget where. I've never had to mess with it though. Okay, let me wrap this in the border like I did want it to. That way the player just kind of knows that this is different. Do a slightly lighter gray. UI is beyond my understanding, yeah. You can get some pretty crazy hierarchies on certain things too. I don't remember what game I made that probably had the craziest UI hierarchy, but I know that this one has some pretty intense ones. Like probably with the ingredient info panel, you can see on the left here the hierarchy of boxes and widgets and how they're all anchored and thrown in here with different paddings and whatnot. And generally this one, I expect most people playing this are going to be playing on 16:9, so it really just has to look good on those resolutions. You can see it gets a little cut off if the player is not on 16:9. And I could probably just adjust that with changing some of the anchoring. Oh yeah, I have the anchoring over there. That's weird, actually. It would help it a little bit. Yeah, it's better. Actually, that kind of fixed that a lot. 100% better. Going back to the whole balm idea, you already have a bunch of stuff to keep track of. Kind of feels overwhelming. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. That's why I'm worried about it. I try to design with the idea that it's easier to add than it is to remove. So start simple, build complexity if you feel like there's an allowance for it. But I also have to, question, is there actually a need for it? You played Potionomics? I have played that, yeah. I liked how that one incorporated the characters into the gameplay. That game gave me little anxiety and I stopped playing it. We are thinking of the same one, right? That's like the really nice looking art one. Yeah, okay, that's the one I'm thinking of. I liked how it did this aspect to it, but with like the card game. I only played the demo though, so maybe after the demo it just gets kind of crazy. Because at least from the demo that I played, it kind of had a more casual feeling to it, but from what you're saying and the way that I'm kind of seeing some of these screenshots now, it starts off that way and then it just gets really in-depth. You have 5 parameters. You have to keep track of your allowance, your Cauldron allowance, all sorts of smelly, smells nice, tastes nice, vial. And commissions have those requirements. Let me ask you this, because you seem to have played it. I don't know how much you played it. In let's say a 2-hour gameplay session, how many potions are you making for other people, roughly in like 2-hour gameplay span? Oh, you're limited on days. Ugh. Let's say when you're out of the tutorial, in an average 2-hour play session, how many potions do you think you're making? And it can be a very rough estimate. But I'm curious because, if you're making only a few, but they matter more, I could see where having that complexity is okay. But if you're having to make a whole bunch, I could see it getting really tiresome very quickly. Which is one of the things I'm trying to do with Cauldron Chronicles, is make sure that if we have this complexity, we need to make sure that each potion fulfills a purpose and feels more personalized. Like slowing the player down a bit, right? Slowing the pace down so that they spend a bit more time on these things. But I agree that we need to be careful about whether or not the complexity is actually enjoyable, or whether it's just there to exist. Focusing on something different. Each potion craft needs to be deliberate. You can make a batch once a day at most for multiple cauldrons. One cauldron can make multiple potion samples, so like one set of ingredients in good volume makes you save 4 potions the same. Already compared to what you're doing. Okay, that's fair. They're pretty different games. I do think Potionomics, at least from what I played, is more of a shopkeeping game, with narrative elements, of course. There are similarities, but they aren't the same. Potion icon. If you fucked up making the potions, people don't need tough luck. It's a puzzle game mostly with lots of RNG. With RNG in that game? Define that for me if you can. Because I knew it was puzzle from what I played, but what elements of RNG are there? Oh, we need a button too. We need to finish out the potion. Hey Electroman, hey, tuning in from the job, just chilling while writing documentation. I hope everyone has a nice weekend. Well, thank you. Writing documentation, fun stuff. Yeah, you can send adventures on adventures, and it's RNG what they bring back. You have to pay for the adventures. It's also RNG if you'll get the stuff on the shopkeeper that's on sale or not. It's RNG if you get a commission and what kind. You don't have the components for it. So what happens if you get a commission and you don't have the components for it? Because you did say that like the commissions are, you know, time-based, right? So I assume that you may not have enough time to get the ingredients you need, or is there any controllable way to handle that? Let's center, put text in there. Electroman, you're giving me PTSD. We're gonna have to write a GDD for this game, and it's gonna be pretty lengthy. Finish. You don't get the money for it. You're on a very tight limit to upgrade your Cauldron buy components for a skill check at the end of a week. You have 7 days to make a potion. I don't like that. I don't like the time component. It feels like it ruins it for me. It feels like it goes from a casual, relaxing shopkeeping game with those narrative and like dating sim elements to it, and just adds needless time elements to it. For me, at least, it was super stressful. I barely made it a week by week. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. And it didn't feel like the game needed to do that. I don't know what the reasoning was on that one. One side it felt nice when I won, but I wasn't certain I'd win week by week. Stories will require this. Oh, okay. So there's some story element tied to you needing to do it quickly. I will say that makes more appealing, but it's not my type of story hook. Same reason why I didn't like Fallout much in that regard. I will say that there will be time limits to some extent in Cauldron Chronicles, but it'll be a bit. It's not going to be so consequential necessarily. Like let's say that an NPC shows up and he's like, you know, I'm gonna have to be out of here maybe by, you know, I can stay here for 24 hours most, and I need this potion. Ideally, it would be great if the player has a way to complete it within this time period. And when you don't have an NPC, yeah, I don't like I don't think there's ever going to be like a game over in Cauldron Chronicles, because it is based on the chronicles of the NPCs, right? So you might have bad outcomes for certain NPCs if you fail to help them in time. But for me, I'd rather keep it casual to where you should have more than enough time to deal with it, unless something really bad goes on, right? And because of the What's the word I'm looking for? Because of the time between each NPC showing up, you have enough time to go out to gather ingredients and things like that. Can you purposely screw people over? Yes. Yes. I can explain that. Give me 1 second. Story doesn't encourage you to redo things because you can live with them, is what you mean. To some extent, yeah. It's not supposed to be a story start to finish, not a gut. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be very... Your actions and the way that you help NPCs, the results might be very unknown. It's very possible that if you help out somebody fully, you may never see them again. They may just have been, this was the one time they show up. It could be that they become a repeat customer. They could be doing some very immoral things with the potions that you provide them. And you may be able to suss that out by like talking to them. May be able to realize, I don't really agree with the way that this person is going to use my potions. So, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I need you to leave. I want to keep it open. I want to just keep it open-ended, not shove anything that I believe onto the players that are playing, but just give them ways to change the story, to see the outcomes, and play the way they want to play. You want to be goody two-shoes, go for it. You want to help out only people who are using potions for nefarious reasons, go for it. But I would like to try and keep it just... open is just such a, I think, a lame way to describe it, but... keep it very, like, sandboxy. And you don't know if helping out one adventurer is going to affect someone else's adventure in some way. Perhaps keeping two people alive, they end up adventuring together at some point. Can you give them the wrong potions? Like if someone asks for a poison vial, you just give them a mild sickness potion? Yeah, they don't know what's in it. They're trusting you. They're trusting you to give them what they need. And the healing potion instead. It would, I think at a certain point it becomes, what do we have the budget to do unless, what can we do? Because of course if we give them, we can just have flags, they're looking for poison potion, and we say, okay, but did they receive this type of potion? Did they receive this type of potion? This type, this type, this type, and... how far can we go and how much is that going to cost us, essentially? So it feels like let's game it out material here. What do you mean by that? I'm not familiar with that. Be finished. Okay, potions. This is the potion icon box. I make a simple data table with those potion icons. Potion. ST potion icons. Literally just gonna be texture 2D value, that's it. He means this channel. I don't think I've watched any of these. I do watch like Spiffing Brit stuff, and this kind of seems similar. Yeah. Hope us who unleashes chaos onto poor NPCs. That's the way that I would like to handle it. Yeah, is to let the player be the player that they want, and not try to pander. But at least have some interesting outcomes for doing different things. And hopefully that's what we can demonstrate with our, cheap little mage guy here. Is okay. Hold on. I don't want that. Don't want that open at the moment. Where he's gonna ask for something simple. You have an option to talk to him and learn about another potion that he might want, and then he's gonna come back, and the way that certain things happen changes based on the potions you give him. So at least we can demonstrate in a very simple one NPC, Dick Mage 1, how the game is going to give you the option to play the way you want. Look, he's so scared of us, he jumps. Ah! Little bunny. This is ridiculous. Potion finishing. Okay. At the very least, if we could just get the potion finishing stuff done today and have it, update the player's inventory when they finish a potion, that would be fantastic. Okay, potion icons, texture 2D icon, that's literally all we need. And then we'll make a data table of potion. I think we had 12, right? Okay, potion icon 1. Potion icon 2. 3. And this is another area where having that recorded video showcasing what we want the dialogue system to look like is going to probably be a very, very valuable thing to have for pitching the game. So I need to hook up with one of my friends and just record something in person. It'll be really good for when we work on the full system as well, because we can extrapolate the data from the video. The sound of rainy music is really soothing. Thank you. This is the vibe that I like when making games. It's just sometimes you throw in the Doom music max volume because you need to hammer something out in like 30 to 60 minutes. But I want to be Serenity now, I have a fiance, you don't do hookups. Different kind of hookup. T potion icon. Might as well just put these in the row names. Fuck it. 4, 5, 6. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm pretty scared about pitching this game just because I don't know exactly how much we need to successfully pitch. I mean, that's just and sometimes you might be pitching it to people who have different expectations, or they just I don't know. It could just be a bad year for it too with all the layoffs, you know, there might just be less money in the industry at the moment. I don't know. Them with your charming personality. I think, if I'm completely honest, I think that the passion that I show when talking about this, and I don't even need to try, because I just am passionate about this, I think that people can get a sense for that. And they'll at least know that when if they provide money, they know that they're giving it to somebody who wants to do their best with the game. Just put the game in early access and you're good. At this stage, before vertical slice even? Maybe. We'd be in early access for many years though. I don't know, it's like, I don't even have any good there's not even any gameplay right now. Even if I put in a basic menu system and some fail state or whatever, I think they might ask a bit about timelines and where the budget go. Well, absolutely. I mean, we're gonna have to make a timeline and a budget. And I'm pretty confident if I sit down with a producer who I can just give this game, who I can give the GDD, give them the playable, have them sit on it for a week, and then we meet up and we talk for maybe a few days about budgeting. I'm pretty confident we could come up with a budget. I know about how many people I would want at each stage to finish this game up. And then budgeting is just who are we going to hire, where are they going to be working from, and other things. Best we can do is $5. After watching this prototype being worked on for 44 days, I think it is not too big of a project. No, it is a big scale, like it is ambitious. There's no doubt about it, but there isn't anything new in Cauldron Chronicles that hasn't been done before. It isn't trying to be some MMO, right? It's a AA game. And in that case, we have to ask for a AA budget, right? It is going to be a multi-million-dollar game to make fully. It's not bad we need games of slightly different flavors, yeah. It's just a AA game. I think so too, Cusper. Multi-million is actually pretty common. I mean, Pal World was $7 million to make, right? I think their budget was $7 million for Pal World. To make the vertical slice, I kind of am, in my mind, I'm putting it somewhere between 500,000 and $1 million to make a vertical slice. They're self-published? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they made Craftopia, which I don't know how many people bought it, but it was Craftopia, right? Yeah. Mostly, why is it mostly negative recently? Oh, is it because they abandoned it for Our World pretty much? No the fuck no. The thing is, once we get to vertical slice, we have a demo, and we can do another round of funding based on that. So the biggest hurdle is getting to vertical slice, and then once we have that, we have an immense amount of negotiating power. Then we can take it and put it on like early access or something, because we have an actual representation of the final game. Do you have your Steam set up to Zloty? Yeah, because that's where I'm living. I'm living in Poland. Polska Górą. Are you Polish? Do you have more Polish people in chat? It's a spy. I'm here to steal pierogi, łazanki, bigos. All your tasty dishes. What was I doing? What am I doing? Potion finishing, I think on construct, we'll do a function of fill potion icons. Small Scottish man. I would really like to go to Scotland. I really like the architecture in Scotland, and of course I'm a big fan of Scotch, so I have to, right? At least you can't steal more girls. I'm having a tough time as is. What is it? What is the meme with Poland and femboys? Why is it that Poland apparently has so many femboys? I like the architecture around me a lot. My house is pink. Your house is pink? Can you send a picture of your house, or would that be too weird? 'Cause I'm just kind of curious. It's not only Poland. I've heard that Poland has like a ridiculous number of femboys. I don't know if that was a meme or anything. Femboys is totally American thing. You say that. Made of pink granite. What does that look like? It's not like the reddish granite. Oh yeah, it is kind of like, okay, so it's like it's Minecraft pink granite, right? Your house is made of this? Like the whole thing? Like this kind of thing? Which one of these, give me an image number in order, and which one it kind of looks the most like. Discord? Let me put it in here. Also that. Send it to Maester Silvio, the one that says making Cauldron Chronicles. You can DM me. The fuck? Okay, accepted. Can I show this on stream? Just ask to be safe, right? Yeah, I don't care. It's so cool. I love the rustic feel to it. I'm a huge fan of like rustic stuff. Yeah. I mean, that has to have been up for what, like a couple hundred years at least? Do you know how old the structure is? Stronger than steel. Yeah, dude, granite's awesome. Over 250, wow. I think some drunk Scots built that 250 years ago. And it's still standing. Dead in their grave from alcohol poisoning. It's still there. protected too. I have one that's super special. Whoa. What do you mean by that? I'm just taking a piss. EU architecture over NA. It depends. I mean, I can generally agree with that, just because it depends. I'll show you. I think antebellum architecture I really love. Antebellum architecture. This is kind of an American style architecture, and I think this is really beautiful. Especially the interiors with the high ceilings. It's an offshoot, I think, of like Victorian architecture. Victorian mixed with a little bit of like American stuff. Built on pentagonal bases. Really? I don't fully understand, but there's only like less than 100 buildings with it ever made, and most were bombed. What the fuck? Pentagonal base? That's insane. If I had unlimited money, I'd probably buy like a... I'd try to find some antebellum home for sale. These interiors are beautiful. But I really love cabin, warm cabin interiors. This is my jam, fully. Something like stable diffusion, fuck off. Give me the real shit. Stuff like this just feels really cozy to me. Like, you know, return to our roots. I love this shit. The smell too. It's like if I ever want to do anything to it, I need to fight the council and a group of architects, and it'll be a headache. Dude, that shit happens in Poland too. You have like just buildings falling apart, but because they're old, you can't change the interior either. And so and if you change the exterior, it has to look the same as it used to, which I like the idea of that, but it also means that it's extremely expensive and difficult to make modifications that you might need to upgrade certain elements of the building to be modern. I like keeping the exterior looking old, right? And not forgetting the culture. But if you put so many roadblocks in the way of upgrading like heating and cooling systems or structural issues, what are you really helping? Wish I could live in a bunker. That'd be pretty cool too. I also have like 40 tons of pink granite in my garden. It's worth a fortune. Holy shit. Just like raw, unprocessed rock, just not going anywhere. That's pretty cool. You fill potion icons. We're gonna get the potion icon box. We're gonna get all data table row names for potion icons for each loop. Yeah, giant cuts of it. Wow. We need a crane to move it though. I wonder how cheap it would be. Let's be honest, how expensive it would be to cut some of that into like new countertops or something, because granite countertops are so wonderful, right? Never really acknowledged it. That's great. Get data table row. I think that's going to be the plan with it. Do you know like the pricing estimation for making countertops for like an island? I don't know if that's I imagine the Scots call it the same, right? Like a kitchen island. I've always wanted a kitchen island. Kitchen island with granite countertop. Ooh. The dream kitchen. That's how you know you're an adult, is because you have your dream kitchen. Holy shit. That's pretty nice. We had a quartz countertop put in and they were 20K? I like stonemasonry, so I'll probably see if I can make a sick granddad hobby of it in the future. Dude, that'd be awesome. I mean, it can't be that difficult, right? To cut a piece of granite? What kind of saw do you need to cut a piece of granite? Because you could probably polish it off on your own, right? You just need to get that. You just need to get it cut. Hardened steel might be hard, but I'm not sure. What kind of saw works on granite? Wet saw. I imagine like a wet saw, right? I mean, maybe it's not too bad. This looks like a wet saw. Because I think if it heats up too much, it can crack the rock, right? And you don't want it cracking. Never managed to break a rock of granite. Yeah, I don't know. Crack is indeed rocks. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way to do it, or to to borrow some tools from a friend, or I don't know. Load up a piece of granite on flatbed. I don't think granite does crack. Maybe it's just because it's so hard that it'll heat up the saw and damage it. So that's why you do a wet saw. Cutting granite with a circular saw and diamond blade. This looks like somebody is kind of like making their own countertop or something. I mean, making an island, I would imagine, is maybe a bit easier because you can just do that rectangle. But if you have to cut it to certain dimensions, it might be a little bit more challenging. I don't know. Stonemasonry would be a really cool granddad hobby, though. Get data table row, break, icon, create widget of finishing icon. Get eye icon. Set texture. It'd be pretty awesome. To be honest, I make stuff from wood sometimes, but I like my pretty pink stone. Wood and rock stop. Dude, I fucking love wood. My grandpa has made a shit ton of stuff with wood as well. I think it's an art form that I would hate if humanity lost its understanding to make good stuff out of wood and rock. Plus, I imagine there's a very niche but big potential in making high quality stone and wood items, especially I think stone is probably a bit more rare to find people who can work well with it to like remake stuff for old churches or old buildings, or to satisfy the needs of millionaires. I imagine there's a lot of money that can be made in making high quality stone items like that. Basically raised by a carpenter, handyman doesn't translate, but we call them joiners. That's awesome. Are you gonna get like handed down a lot of tools? I think we need to tell the potion finishing icon to which... Do we? We could pass it the data table row name, worst case, right? Icon row name. Can't hurt. Just an F name. Still have a shitload of tools, kind of insane. Do you have enough space to put them? That's the only thing that I miss about the... Well, that's one of the things I miss about the U.S. is... It's just... You have so much space in the U.S. for things that you want to do. Like, I'd really like to get to making my own, like, beer. And if I can get the licenses for it, like making my own gin. But like, where the hell am I gonna find the space for that here in Europe? It's cheaper to buy a house in the US than it is to buy an apartment here in Poland sometimes. I have a church that's got like 6 kitchens in it, oh my god. It's amazing. Add child. Is this good? Is this everything we need? Hold on, not from there. Return node. Start small and make some ginger beer before trying beer and then stronger alcohols. Yeah, I think if I had to distill alcohol, not only I think you need to have licenses for that and you need to do it in specific places because it's dangerous. But I'd like to have a lot of knowledge of making my own. And like beer is easy, right? Beer, there's like no danger involved. It takes 30 days to make some beer. You know, about a month. And it's not too expensive if you fuck up, but if you're trying to make your own alcohol, if you're trying to distill your own alcohol, that can be... You just need a lot more equipment. Beer, you can start off really cheap and just make it in some plastic containers, right? Mead would be cool too. But I do still need some more space for that. I don't really have any good space. Or I need to rent out I need to rent out like a storage unit or something to make it in there. Someplace where I have access to like hopefully like a sink hookup or something. I had a friend who made moonshine. His fucking sweet bathroom, what the Yeah, moonshine's fun. Okay. Potion finishing on construct. Build potion icon. This should work. Except we need to delete the initial ones. Why do they have black backgrounds? Why does this one look weird? Huh? What? It's not that way. Which one is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, did it pull this in as a... Yeah, pull it in as a fucking normal map. So annoying. Still being a bitch. He was Polish, actually, unusual fella. A lot of the Polacks are like that. I'm just fucking with you guys. I mean, there's weird people all over, right? Hey. Don't worry. T ocean icon 5. Yeah, it should be fixed. We just need to update the data table. That's right, tell me, you gotta say it. There's weird people everywhere. Like, I'm an American, okay? All you have to do is look at anything we do. There's just some dumb people. There are dumb people all around the world. And I don't mean people that are occasionally dumb, like, you make dumb decisions, right? Everybody makes dumb decisions. Everybody's stupid. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. That's normal. That's just being human. But then there are people that just live like that all the time. Absurd. Okay, why are the backgrounds of these black? They have transparency. I don't really get what I did here. Where am I looking at? Potion finishing icon. First name Bash I created, I don't know about y'all. Why is the background of this black? Oh, it's just the border. It's just the border showing up. Okay, yeah, I didn't think about that. Is that okay? Can we work around it? Do we want to work around it? Can we fix this? Yes, we can. Do we want to fix this? Yes. Yes, I want to fix this. I would like to fix this. How can I fix this? What is the color of this border? Okay, we will do it like this. Potion finishing icon, wrap with another border. Don't tell anyone. No, wait, wrap this with another border. No padding. Color. That. Now you won't notice it. Sneaky. I feel like Charlie, I heard she got a new model. I didn't see much of it yet. Doesn't she have like the most expensive model out of all VTubers? I mean, her models are really detailed. I think she was on some podcast with Asmin, and she mentioned it like cost, I don't know, like $20,000 or something. And plank. Okay, I'll plank. Let me see how this looks first. Let me just Okay, we need to make it so that when you click on the icon, or if by default it's going to select the first icon, and then you can just switch it by clicking on any of these. We'll make them a bit bigger too, because they're kind of small at the moment. Okay, 30-second plank. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Ugh. Your internet died just as I submitted that. I didn't hear anything. I am not redoing that. I am not redoing that. Not for another 30 minutes. Let me make this icon bigger. Icon's fucking tiny. Try 64 by 64. Oh, you marry comments? What did I say? I don't remember what I said. No, should be able to update this. We'll have to put it in a... Yeah, I have to put in a limit on what characters you can put in here. I haven't seen much of it yet. That's all I can say is I haven't seen much of the new model. What? Hold on a second. Guys, we have a problem. We have a problem. Look at this. What is this? What is this? It's so triggering. This is going to prevent publishers from wanting to give me money. It's not here. Look, it's just fine here. They shouldn't though, they're all the same size, I think. Or they're all forced into being 64 by 64. So even if it has to stretch them, it should force them into being that size. Hey, it's Final Beard. How you doing? Thank you for the raid. I'm getting triggered by By these not being straight, and I don't know why. Maybe I shouldn't. I just shouldn't look at it. You're right. You're right, Lazy Fangs. I just shouldn't look at it. 2024 straight isn't the only way. That's right. These are progressive icons. We don't want them straight. Fix it later. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even make it. It doesn't change anything. It just triggers my anal needs. Let's not talk about my anal needs though. Okay. Potion finishing. Where's my potion finishing? When it's building these, we needed to tell the first one to be selected. Anal. It's a different kind of anal. I'm being anal. How do I put it? There are kinds. I don't think it's spelled the same though. I can't ask Google to define it. Hold on. Incognito window. Wait, what? Define anal. Anal retentive. Yeah, see? Wait, can I show this? There's nothing bad on here. In Freudian theory, relating to or denoting a stage of infantile psychosexual development in which... I can't show that. I can't read that out. Okay, this is not what I believe. This is not what I believe. I am reading Google's definition of the psychoanalysis Freudian theory. In Freudian theory, relating to or denoting a stage of infantile psychosexual development in which defecation is the major source of sensuous pleasure and the anus forms the center of self-awareness. What I mean specifically is this form of it. Anal retentive, excessively orderly and fussy. This version. Also, what is the meaning of anuses? Maybe you guys can define that. What is the meaning of anuses? What? Yummy, yummy. I just learned some stuff about Freudian theory that I did not want to know. I feel like I've just scarred myself for the rest of the week. Defecation being a source of pleasure. What was I doing? I need to tell the potion icon to be selected. I was asking the real question. I just wanted to define anal retentive. Anal retentive. Jesus Christ, I just experienced a trauma, I think. I think I need to sue someone. I don't know how it works. The icon button on released. Set selected. Icon border. Set brush color. I mean, the muscle ring. Wait, what? Excuse me? Are you saying my butthole can taste? Excuse me? What? For each loop. I remove an item. Self. Yeah, but it's, I need to, okay, wait, hold on, I just need to set it to a, or actually just do a test. I can just do a test, is equal to self. Apply mesh self union. No, I don't think that's what I want. I want a reference to self. In a sense, it can. It's not tongue type of taste, but it can detect capsaicin. Keep that in mind when making spicy potions. Etymology is close of Enalus, which is the name of a ring like. I didn't know today was the day we'd be learning so much about anuses. I wasn't prepared for this today. Is this what I slept in for? If it's equal to true, otherwise false. Get border, get icon border, set brush color, equal to black. You never know when your whole worldview might be shaken. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Okay, on released, set selected. This should function, and then we will. Hold on, I also need to. B is selected. Well, actually, I don't know if we need to. Not yet, at least. Okay, hold on, I kind of fucked up with one aspect of this. Yeah, but the alpha is 1. Not work? Is it not getting anything? No, it has it. It's kind of weird. Well, it should be like the alpha's 1. It's set to black. I don't know why it's not updating the icon border to have that brush color. Oh, now it's working. I didn't change anything. That was weird. Okay, very easy icon selector, done. Ocean namer, done. For now, the finish can just... It can just close the... panel. Okay, on released, git player controller, set show mouse cursor, and set input mode game only. And then remove from parent. Yeah. And that's just gonna show up when you go to brew a potion. Do I want to do this now? You know, it would be nice just to have these going into the player's inventory before I leave today. Plus, I got in here late, so we can do it now. Good stuff. Good. Okay, brew potion button, update potion brew. Is brewing potion. I think we just put it after this, right? Shit, luck is on your side this week? What happened? Ooh, I can pick up my parcels, barley grains and gardening vermiculite. Because I figured out it's about 1,000,000 times cheaper to buy your own barley grains and vermiculite and grow your own catgrass instead of buying somebody's shitty mixture of it. It's like a million times cheaper. I got a day off on Wednesday. Oh, nice. And it's programming streaming day. Gonna make a long one. Oh, shit. Day off on Wednesday. I have Wednesday next week off. Does that mean you're not gonna be here for Steam Next Fest? Or do you stream before me? Or after me? Can I get more alcohol for Next Fest demos? Maybe I should get more alcohol for Next Fest demos. I think it does it? What is this? The jumping off point. If you don't like the game, you can always easily refund it. It's a free game. Supports all languages. Wow. Add segs. No microtransactions. Runs smooth on a 4090. 0 out of 10. No cloud save support. Yeah, if you play any Next Fest games, we can talk about like which ones we both like, or if we have differences. If it starts it's fine. If it starts tomorrow, it is what it is. I'd still like to work on Cauldron Chronicles today and tomorrow, and then we can do we can just do the next fest like we have planned. So Wednesday and Friday, and then Thursday we have our usual Dragon's Dogma. It's fine. If we need to add more days to it too, we can. Wednesday this week, collab. Are there games we could play? I do want to do more collaborations with other streamers. I think this would be kind of fun. Do some deep rock. Well, along the ways of a podcast, I would really like to have some like just game dev design talks and shit. Discuss games, yeah. It could be done. I don't know how many games we're gonna get to in Wednesday though. I don't know. I'll have to see what comes out. Spots on that. I mean, we could do it, but I don't know how many. I don't know how many I'll play. Cause like some of them, I imagine I'm gonna start up. They're gonna be shit, and I'm just gonna close them after like 20 minutes. But if there's some really fun ones, I might play them for like an hour or so. We'll see. I've never had to do streaming Next Fest before. I usually just do it on my own at home. So we'll think about it. We'll stay in touch about it. And then if we want to like just have a quick chat, playing like just play like a co-op game and talk about the games that were on Next Fest. We could do that. That could be fun. What do I want to do? Potion brew. Okay, potion brew needs to open up the potion finishing. Create widget. But shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be here. This isn't it. This isn't it. This isn't it. Update potion panel, potion data. This happens whenever the player puts a wait, update. This is update potion panel. This is here. Why do I call this in like multiple places? Grab food. I could use some of that. Remove ingredients. It doesn't need to happen there. Cauldron checker logic. It's only when we brew the potion. Check it. Here. Load potion finisher. We'll do execution node. If, wait, execute, then hydrate. Okay, let me hydrate. We will create widgets. Held potion data. Potion. Set by reference. Make potion. Break potion. Yeah, I think I need to set selected. I need some like B is selected. Is that true? Set selected false. Same things. Get the potion name. Get X. $10 a.m. Pacific is like 6 p.m. here, right? Pacific time would be... Wouldn't that be a 9-hour difference? Or am I wrong about that? Next will take place on February 5th through 12th, 10 a.m. Pacific. I wonder why he set it for 7th then. Maybe that was like, maybe that was old data. Well, it's fine. At least I'll be playing at 7th through 9th. And I guess Monday, if there's anything that we just didn't cover and wanted to, I could always just make Monday another Next Fest day. That could be done. Get selected icon. Get all widgets of class. Potion finishing icon. For each loop with break. I need it on the return node. Need a texture 2D. Selected icon. It is selected if true. Selected icon ref. I guess I wouldn't even need to do that. I could just return from that. Icon. Get icon. Texture. Wait, brush. Can I get the brush? Get brush. Break slate brush. Image. Image to render for this brush be U texture. texture. Can I get anything? Would that even succeed a cast to texture 2D? Well, you know what, let's try it, fuck it. What's the thing that annoys you most in programming? Like traditional programming or blueprint programming? Whichever. Thing that annoys me the most. Maybe something to do with like math. Like I enjoy math, but it can be really annoying to perform, just to try and figure out how to perform certain things with different mathematical functions. I know how it should look visually, and this is just a problem with me not knowing math as well as I should. Because I know visually how it should look, and I know in the data how I would mess around with it. I just don't know how to turn the data into what I need. Lazy documentation? Yeah, that can also be really annoying. Just like no explanation for how something works. Leave my documentation alone. Get selected icon. It's gonna work. I mean, I'll organize it later if it works. We need to make sure to auto select the first one as well. Okay. No. Maybe because I didn't have it selected. Does that not work? Okay, that one worked. If you need help with maths and programming, I do it. I absolutely will. I will definitely ask you. There's some very notorious scripts, functions that I've had to write here for Cauldron Chronicles, where I just get absolutely stuck on something that seems so basic. It's true. If you append 2 to 2, then that's what you have. I want to know why this didn't trigger. How do we not? Oh, you know what? I think I know why. Oh, okay, my fault. Searching top level only. We don't want to search top level only. Okay. Now it should be fun. There we go, okay. Okay, no, that does work. Yeah, we can cast a texture too. Okay, that's weird. Right, whatever. It works. That's a little bit of a weird way to do it. JS boolean string equals int or true plus 1 equals 2. Nice. I mean, I guess I don't see a reason why you couldn't get a boolean as a string and then add to it. Technically it is stored as a 1. You know, 0 or 1. Don't justify its insanity. I mean, but it's the same as like bit masking, right? You know, with an enum. Okay, potion finishing. Let me now double check this set structure by ref, and we'll see if this is good. Unknown potion icon, ingredients, yeah, because we don't have anything there yet. It mask these nuts in your mouth, haha. You did get me, you got me. In old school RuneScape, there's a bow called the Bow of Ferdinand, but people call it the Bofa. It's bow and then Ferdinand, so classic use case of these nuts with that bow. Bofa these nuts in your mouth. Yeah, this is a pretty dirty way to handle this, but it works. Prototype, right? Okay, on potion finishing, ill potion icons, we need to, if the array index, let's do it this way. Let's go promote to local variable, array index. Booleans are int 0 is false, and anything else is true. JS auto read 1 as int 1, so 1 plus 1 equals 2. How do I delete post raptor mommy, please? Maybe I want you to suffer and see it. Child B. If equal to 1, or if equal to 0, because it's the first index. Jesus Christ. God damn it. I don't remember that being in Skyrim soundtrack. If true. Is the right BP finishing icon set selected? Yeah, we should be able to set selected. It's a legendary edition. That should work, and then I will double check this, that if the player presses nothing, except for finish, and that didn't seem to, oh wait, because we didn't set the debug object. Player presses nothing. Yes, that's correct. Holy shit, there's so much information that the game stores in icon. Look at how many different, it stores 2 enums, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 floats, 3 booleans, another enum, a name, integer, enum. It's so much information to store. This is why Unreal uses so much memory. It really is, because they store so much information in some of these structures. It's powerful. It's just, it has this like this enormous foundation of data that it needs to load all the time. Just for a fucking image. That's it. Just for a texture 2D object reference. Is it UE5? Yeah. Yeah, it's all UE5. Okay, so we have the potion shit working. We need to finish up the... We need to finish up this. This will be potion finishing. Player. Well, the players, if the player's in the brew mode, it should just... It should be fine. Right? Add to view. We should just need to do that. Then technically we might not even need this, because the player's only going to be doing it inside of the potion table. It's possible that won't be needed. We can remove it from the level blueprint for now. player brews a potion, grade it, add it to viewport. Z order. 10 should make sure it goes above anything else. And then I'm gonna put a background blur behind this, just so the player can't click on anything behind it. Okay. Blur strength 2 should be more than enough. We just need to make sure it happens after potion panel. So technically that should be okay. If I grab 2 ingredients, it doesn't matter what. I should still be able to make a potion with just 2 ingredients. I add a table. Oh, because it's probably checking if it meets the commission requirements. Can I turn off the commission system at all? Let me test it in the first person map, because I know for sure it'll work there. That's not it. I don't know why I clicked on that. Don't do it there. That's the wrong location. Maybe this isn't where we want it. Yeah, why did we put that there? Brew potion button, update potion brew, and wait, I can't launch macros from here. Okay, I'll just make it a function then. Yeah, let me just move this to a function instead of a macro. Do delete. I don't know why I put that. I don't know. This is all over the place. Where is my potion finisher? Graph. Add breakpoint, debug, finish. Yeah, because we aren't pushing any of the data through to it. Held potion data. We need to tell it to update held potion information. And that could be put into a... Oh, potion finisher isn't even there. Instead of putting held potion data here, maybe we just grab the potion data from the alchemy table. Okay. Get current potion data. I'm not really happy with the hierarchy of all this. Make some ice cream with fruit and whipped cream cut. I'm jealous. It shouldn't be completely empty. Unless we're emptying it before we're sending information here. Brew potion. Load potion finisher. Probably because update brew potion. Probably resetting the... Yeah, it's clearing the ingredients in the cauldron first. Yeah, but that shouldn't clear the current potion data. This is an issue of us updating current potion data before we need to. Ingredients in cauldron, update cauldron. This is an issue with when we're doing things. Update brew button. I could read this like I could try and help. I mean, the nodes are somewhat self-explanatory. Having comments would definitely help, though. I don't do that as much as I should. We update the current potion data here from... I don't know if we clear potion data. Let me see if we do. We only set current potion data here. It should remember what we have put in there. Why can't I put a breakpoint on that? Weird. Oh, maybe it's because it's a macro that I can't put a breakpoint on that. Annoying. Okay, current potion data. It's all good. It's all fine. It's like, well, we shouldn't be clearing it unless by the very act of updating the brew. Yes, that might be it. Might be it. In fact, I think I can solve it by just putting load potion finisher before update potion. Because I think we're clearing the ingredients first, and then at the end of this, we're telling it to update the brew. And so it's essentially wiping clear the current potion data. So I believe if I just did this, and then it'll look better in a second. Debug. Is that gonna load automatically? Well. Did I just, well, did I crash this engine? Oh. You can take stuff out of the Cauldron, yeah. But I think I just crashed Unreal. Oopsies. I store them just as F names, so references to data table rows. Because each ingredient is its own unique data table row, so then when you put it in, I just store it that way. And then when you remove it, I just spawn a new one of that row type. Why did that cause a... Is spawning costly? I don't think so. I mean, I just do it like this. You have a little X and... just removing it. Spawning is always costly. Kotspur would know better than me. Though I think it's relative to what you're spawning, right? It'd be funnier if the stuff floated on the surface and you could yoink it out. That would be cooler, actually. That'd be pretty fun. Why did this have an absolute hernia? Spawning one object is okay, spawning 100 objects is a huge performance hit. Thankfully, we are being careful with that. Brew potion button. Wait, we want to, on the potion finisher is what we're to break on. It's still resetting the potion data. Oh, it's because hold on. Because it crashed, it's not having the, god damn it, fuck you. Get actor of alchemy table. Annoying. Get current potion data. Break. Hook up. Set by ref. Get out of here. Tried pulling on my Unity game. The set parent operations took longer than instancing. Set parent. Did you parent an object that was pulled? Are you reparenting during runtime? It doesn't seem, if I'm understanding it correctly, I don't know if reparenting during runtime is the proper way to do things. But you know, that's different, I guess, in Unity than it is in Unreal. Yeah, use case is the important thing here. Alright, let me try this again. I'm gonna have this solved before I go home today. Test, finish. It is returning the alchemy table. Yeah, we've got all our information here. I just don't know why current potion data is. When it's being reset here. This calls for printing. That's what this calls for. And I can test it with just one piece of the information, one piece of the pie here. I'm just going to test it with the first effect. There's none, right? Put a bell pepper in, it should show the bell pepper, perfect, okay. Yeah, it's setting it to none somehow. At some point when the player presses brew potion, maybe we just don't update potion brew until the player presses finish. We just move this over to the potion finisher UI. It's probably gonna be the safest. Didn't use it. I don't know how else I'd use a pool. You swim in it. It's an object that needs to be attached someplace. Like in UE5's actor owners, worlds to just spawn actors and if not needed, rather than despawn them, hide them away. Must only cache and moving and change from Boolean flag. Clicking on a tab takes seconds. There's gotta be a way. I mean, there are some really, really snappy games with UI in Unity. Even the all the Endless games, actually, like Endless Legend and Endless Space, are made in Unity. Like, you know for sure that this game doesn't have unsnappy UI elements, right? Oh, just the way you do it. Well, I mean, I feel you. That's the way that I do everything in my game, in my prototype here. So it still says bell pepper. So yeah, it's just that we were updating the potion brew. So we'll move. I don't think I need to debug anymore. I know the issue. I just need to fix it. I'm just gonna move this over to the potion finishing. Specifically this. We'll load potion finisher. Let potion finisher do its thing. And then when it's finished, update potion brew and remove from parent. Should work. Each tab isn't its own tab. They use a common container and populate their own objects, and that's where I can either create new elements or reparented, both of which are dumb. But I think, wouldn't using the common container... Oh, you mean they use the same thing, and then when you switch tab, it removes everything from that, and you're changing... Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're not dumb, just the way you did it is dumb. That happens. That's most of what I do. There we go. Now we've got the full potion info. Identify with my work. So true. Okay, before we update the potion brew, we then want to... We actually want to send... Okay, current potion. We don't need this, do we? Oh, potion. Sorry. I just pressed restart instead of shut down on the work laptop. That was also dumb. Oops. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Where do I have update? I think I put it in the game instance, right? Where is it? Game instance. Update ingredient inventory. What is this absolute long work of nodes? Actually, okay, it's because these are unused. Well, okay, ingredient inventory is a bit different because potion inventory we basically just can add it. We can just straight up add it. Update potion inventory. We need to bring in a new potion. Input potion. People not from Poland are always read it out. Say bless you after burps too. Yeah, that is a little bit weird. Potion data. Ingredient. I do set by ref bears here, right? Yeah. Okay. Player inventory get break potions. Current, wait, hold. Current potion inventory. This should be super simple. Add potion data. Set by ref. Potion finishing, get game instance, potion, wait, cast to GI alchemy. We know it's going to be loaded anyway, so this isn't inefficient. Obviously, the game instance is loaded, right? And we're going to shove this. Information. We don't actually even need to set by ref, technically. This node could probably just be skipped entirely. It isn't relevant. And I'm going to how do I want to do this? Yeah, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's play. That's because there isn't a good analogy for Nostrovia. You wish health after a healthy meal. What the fuck is the Women Who Code Foundation? I do not know. I'm gonna give a really hot take. And maybe this is a difference between US and Poland, right? Because there's always gender differences between, like, gender issue differences between countries, right? I don't really see a need for all these, like, women game dev special foundations that give preferential treatment to people. I don't see how I have it any easier trying to get into game dev. Like, I also need a job, and now you're holding these special conferences where you're giving preferential treatment to people for the things between their legs that I can't do anything about. Well, it's their version of equality. It isn't real equality, it's equality of outcome. Equality of outcome and diversity of things between your legs. I prefer equality of opportunity, thank you. Okay, let me debug the alchemy instance. When you press this, and we finish test potion 1. Well, the difference here is that equality of outcome means that you need to have an equal outcome. So at least in a lot of places in the US, they mean they want 50% of, let's say, men and 50% of women in a certain place. This is as opposed to equality of opportunity, which means we're going to give the same, try our hardest to give the same benefits, the same opportunities to you no matter who you are. And if the numbers just work out one way, it is what it is, right? The difference here is that I do believe that there are different jobs that I think if you left men and women to their own devices, they would choose, right? And that should just be the way it is. We shouldn't say you can't do this, you can't do that. But if it just turns out that more women want to be in job A and more men want to be in job B, it is what it is. An equality of outcome would say you can't have so many men here because that isn't 50-50. So now we need to force women in and force men out no matter what. And I think that's a very harmful way to promote equality. That's not a good type of equality. They want the equality in jobs that are lucrative. This is true. Yeah, they don't. They don't want trash men or working on the oil rigs where you have insanely high injury and fatality rates. And I think I'm not going to go from trash men and oil rig workers to game dev, but I just don't see the barriers, and it doesn't mean they don't exist, it just means I don't see the barriers for women trying to get into game dev. I don't see what's stopping a woman from opening up Visual Studio or Unreal and coding or making a game. I don't see the hurdles here. So I don't really see a use, and I think that it's actually hurtful to men to have all of these exclusive groups trying to get, you know, basically, oh, we're going to be sending out people to hire from this women in game dev conference and men aren't allowed. Well, what the fuck? What if I need a job? And I mean, I think this was best represented pretty recently by, there was some like women in tech conference. I don't remember the name of it, but it was very recent. I think it was last year. And basically a bunch of men said they were women and were able to get into this conference, and they weren't interested in the lectures or the talks. All they did was go to the job section and look for jobs. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Here it is. This is from NPR, though. This is October. Men overran a job fair for women in tech. Fuck you. And it's funny, but to me it's also kind of sad. It just shows everybody wants a job. Why do you have to have these specific gender locked things? Men need jobs too. Everybody just doesn't want to be unemployed and wants to make money. They want to try game dev because too few women are represented in this job. Like, I wouldn't do nurse because I can't look up to a famous men nurse that inspires me. But the thing is, I don't think that there are necessarily... there's nothing stopping a man from becoming a nurse, right? And I don't think there's anything stopping a woman from becoming a game dev. I understand that there isn't as much representation, but I do believe that to some extent that can also be just choice, right? And I do think that a lot of like the Nordic countries are really good at doing this right, which is you be what you want, you like what you want, and if it turns out that more men are in this and more women are in this, who cares? If you really want something, you can do it. He was a male nurse and he enjoys it. Yeah. I think the only case where you might have an issue is that I think some patients might prefer a female nurse. But this is less a barrier and more of a challenge, right? Just like game dev is mentally demanding. Not many have that for it. It is a really fucked up job. And there are just choices that women need to make, especially regarding like family things, and when they start to become close to like 40 years old, that it's just proven facts that there are just different priorities that men and women have, especially as they get older. I think it's fine. I just think it's a challenge that we have to work out together, not on our own, right? And I think the issue kind of started with saying that men and women are equal, rather than men and women should have equal rights, but we aren't the same. And because we aren't the same, we need to work together. We need to fill in each other's weaknesses, right? In game dev, there's a super toxic environment. There can be. I mean, there's a lot of work that's like that. Yeah, the idea that there is an idea that like men don't get abused. Like, women have it more difficult because they receive abuse for being in game dev. No, it's like everybody receives abuse at their job. It's the same with like in gaming. It's just the abuse it can become gendered abuse, right? At a certain case. I just think there are some things that men experience that women don't, women experience that men don't, but I don't think it should lead to preferential treatment. Or especially equality of outcome is poison. Absolute poison. I was going to test... I wanted to test 2 potions in the game instance. I need to test that. Then I'll know this is working. Let's add the breakpoint back here. I'm going to do 1 potion. It's going to trigger, it's fine. We know that 1 is working. Test 1, finish, okay, value. Perfect. Test 1, icon is potion icon 2, we can see it there. And it all looks good. If you're in a toxic environment, you usually get abuse, and women get the same abuse, and sometimes it is sexual abuse. That's true. Yep. I think we just need to wait for game dev. Old bros on broke and leave newer, better companies. The thing is, like, and this is something that like old Jordan Peterson talked about a lot, right? Where right now the workplace is predominantly giving advantage, or it predominantly requires personality traits that are more commonly found on men, right? Which is why you'll often find men in higher, more stressful, more demanding positions, because it's often just more common to find men who are okay with this, that added stress and the demand of it. And it doesn't mean that there is an inherent it doesn't mean that like the workplace as a whole is inherently sexist. It just means that the way that our world and our economy places value on individuals and certain jobs and positions tend to be rewarding those personality traits, which ends up rewarding or giving more opportunities to men because more men are competing for that job than women. So by, just basic statistics, if you have 70% of men competing with 30% of women and everybody has equal footing, so to speak, then you'll end up with 70% of these theoretical jobs being taken by men and 30% by women. Even if there's complete, equality in ability. I don't know if I explained that properly. All right, let me make 1 potion here. I don't think it matters what it is. It's still going to technically finish and go into our... That was our TED Talk, yeah. And I don't think it needs to be said. I'm not against men or women in any job. But there is some evidence to show that like STEM industries and tech industries tend to have more men than women because women just don't seem to be as interested in general compared to men for these types of jobs. Where's the ingredients cabinet? Hold on. Okay, test 2, that seems to be working, yep. Seems to be adding in everything properly. So we have potions going into the player's inventory now. Should be near the cauldron. It is, it's right here. Making them work together. I mean, it could be. Right now it's just like, you have the ingredients here, your cauldron, and then your processing station. Just to give more, I mean, it could be done either way, right? Like if I put it above the cauldron here, then I could just tilt it, like you said, tilt the camera up. Maybe it's a camera movement. Yeah, I'd like a short but lerped camera movement would be nice. Or not even lerp, probably F interp. Like a bell curve. But mainly I wanted it snappy now just so that the player could really quickly move between doing certain actions, right? The only issue is that it would be really annoying to try and move items on the table while in this position. It could just... It would be a lot of movement to complete certain actions. But this is a totally different... I guess this is one way to view the alchemy table, and the way of manually grabbing things on there would be a whole separate prototype. But it would be worth prototyping, I agree with you. And just then doing some player testing to see which one they prefer more. And I would like to do it, but it would, like I said, it would just require a whole different... I have so much of the logic of this tied to like which camera you're on, what you're looking at any moment, whether you're zoomed in, and it would require like another couple weeks to make a whole different type. Oh, maybe not a couple weeks, but it would take a long time. Make my own order on the shelf, so let me just eat shit. You can filter stuff for now, although I wanted something a bit more involved, with like filtering and sorting based on different things. This is just the very basic version, I guess, to show that, hey, we will have sorting, we will have that. So at least if you're looking for damage mana, right, you can see exactly everything that has damage mana. Then you're like, okay, this one's perfect, so I need to have a dark cap fermented. I'll send this to processing table, ferment it, process, send to shelf. Now I have the fermented dark cap, and I can add it to the table too. It's definitely not the most user-friendly as it could be, but it is at least a working first implementation, which we can then refine and test out with players, right? So for prototype, I think this is enough, but I agree with you that maybe this this feeling of it being like menus is probably... The compile version run at low FPS, or is the following script kind of jank? I am only streaming this at 30 FPS, and there's one issue where moving things on the table is just kind of a bit laggy, weird. But it functions, but it's kind of weird. It's kind of choppy. So, yeah. I mean, the thing is, it should be updating the position 60 times, you know, if it's running at 60 FPS, 60 times a second. It shouldn't be janking around this much, and I don't know why it's doing that. I can turn on the line trace and show you. Let me debug the line trace. I don't know. Oh, wait, it turns off that one. It's a separate one. I mean, you can see here the line trace when I'm hovering over things. You know, that's working. There's definitely no like latency in that. Which one is it? I think it's when I pick it up. Not that. Pick graph input actions. Click and drag. I think it's this one. I mean, it is a bit choppy. I just don't know why it would be doing that. There's nothing getting in its way. So I don't really get it. Cuthbert, are you still here? Because maybe you know of a command that would let me see if there's spikes or anything here. Because you can see, you know, we've talked about it being like really choppy, right, when you're dragging stuff. And I'm just curious why there are, if I kind of move my mouse up and down, you can see the choppiness, right? Which command would allow me to see stuff like this? I agree. It's just a line trace. It's stat unit graph. Let me try that. Let me keep the debug drawing on. Stat graph. Unit graph. What does this show me? Frame game. Okay, so we can kind of just see if there's anything. I mean, there is a game spike. But it doesn't happen all the time. Like you can definitely see it's janking around. There's nothing major, let's put it that way. Oh, you can't see the, okay, yeah, sorry. You're right. Let me do it this way. Okay, I think you can see it now. Well, and that was while I was dragging it. Okay. So I'm hovering over, which it's nothing major is happening. There's nothing major that should be preventing this from being quite smooth. Hold on, that was me moving the... There's nothing that should be making it this janky, let's put it that way. Maybe collisions? There's no physics on the object while I'm moving it. There's only physics when I release. So, like, while now, there's no collisions at all. Yeah, and the line trace is, it's only looking for specific alchemy table trace, which is only applied on the, it's kind of hard to see, but this collision box hovering over the top of the alchemy table. There's nothing in the way of that. And then about all we do is we just set the location of the actor. That's it. Yeah, it really shouldn't be as performant heavy as it is for something so common as a line trace by channel. And it's a very short line trace and it stops immediately. Like, we're not going through half the world, right? Not performance. Yeah, it's something else. Mouse smoothing. Okay, could be. We'll try editor. I don't think it's editor. It would be project settings probably, right? Capture mouse. Enable mouse smoothing. And try turning that off. I don't like mouse smoothing anyway. Still janking. have any ifs that would cause it? It shouldn't. So we just check if the alchemy click is ongoing. So this is if a button is being held down. And then we check if an ingredient found is valid, which it always is. I can show that too. I can tick ingredient found. And that shouldn't be flitting to... Because like if it was flitting to none, it would actually just drop the ingredients, so that shouldn't be causing it either. As you can see, it's not like there's an issue with this like going back and forth between not being set or being set. I mean, maybe it is, I don't know. Where's my... But I'll try it. We'll try just going directly there. No, it's still got that jankiness. It's still jumping. I mean, again, I'm only streaming at 30 FPS, so it's gonna look a little janky anyway. But you can see that moving it relatively stably. Just weird. Still, yeah, it should be. On fucking Morse Go, that's exactly what it looks like. It's so weird. Maybe there's something in project settings with tracing. I have no fucking clue. I don't know. You're added to the projects, and it happens even in like ever since I included it. So if it was existing then and it's existing now, it's probably the same cause. I don't know what it is. Yeah, the plastic repo has it. It should be tracing 60 times a second. If I'm not mistaken about line traces like that, it should be firing every frame of the game. And I have VSync on, of course. Big fucking jump there. I don't know what it is. But the good thing is our ingredients, or our potions, are going into the alchemy table. I'm sorry, the potions are going into the player's inventory. We're saving it. It's good. Can you ever print the locations the ray hits? I can never print the vector. I mean, there's a trace on the player themselves. Let's see, where is it? You know, and this one seems to be working fine, right? You know, this has no problem. There's no variation in the tracing going on here, right? It's all relatively uniform lines. Which is exactly how it should work. Yeah, it's uniform. And it's... I don't know what it is. But the way I'm doing it is I'm getting the location underneath the mouse cursor, which it could be tied to that node. Like there just could be some weird issue with the get hit result under cursor by channel, where this is not necessarily the most stable thing to use. I don't know. You can work on it tomorrow. It's if you can figure it out pretty quickly, it's you know, it's great, but it's no big deal if it isn't there. Because really, even if it's a little jumpy, it doesn't really change the experience or anything, right? And it's not like you slowly... It's not like you drop it at any point, right? It's just that it can lag a little bit. It doesn't look great. I mean, I would rather it just... I'd rather it just be tick performant. Like, I'd rather it just update on tick, because if it's interpolating, then you'll just have even more lag. I don't think anyone would care in a pitch, though, to be honest. I think I would just say this lag will be fixed in the final game. Problem solved. Because a proper coder would implement it. And we know that there aren't any issues. Like, the player, you can't accidentally drop it. It doesn't hit anything and drop or anything. It's just that it you know, sometimes just has some issue. Weird. It's weird, you can see it there. There's no way that's something to do with the fake. Hold on. There's one thing that maybe it is, but I doubt it. I'll just take a look at it. Because there's actually a fake box. There's an invisible cube. There's a secret hidden spy to all of these, which is the secret static mesh. I'm set to ignore alchemy traces. Yeah, it has ignore on alchemy table trace, so it shouldn't have an issue. So when you go outside the cube, check if you're hitting the cube too. The cube should ignore the... Hold on, I can show it too. Double check. The cube should also ignore alchemy table traces. So it should go right through the cube. It still happens even when I'm inside the cube. You can still see it lagging a bit. It's more noticeable if you move it really fast. Yeah, it's I don't know. You know it's one thing, right? You know it's just one stupid simple thing that it's going to be, and we just don't know what it is yet. Yeah, especially when it's just moving. It's just setting it to a new location. It shouldn't. There's no issue with performance in this regard. It only has physics when you release. So when I release the click, so like there's no physics, there's no collision right now. When I remove it, it sets the simulate physics and collision back on. You can kind of get this cool like popcorn effect on things. But even moving it through other things, literally the only thing that it's going to look for is on this alchemy table. The only thing that it could ever stop the trace is this. And there's nothing in the way of this. It's really weird. And I think even if there was something in the way of it, like if I put another cube on the table or something, it should just look through the cube. It should just kind of phase through the cube, unless I drop it inside the cube, of course. But even moving it through this, yeah. It's like... I don't know what it is. Will get a bit weird if I place it inside, but there's never a scenario where that would be happening. So I don't know. It bugs me. It bugs me because if it were smooth, it would just look and feel a lot better. And it doesn't have any reason that I see to be laggy. Maybe it's something with the input. I don't know. Maybe something with the input action of alchemy click is... Should this action swallow any inputs bound to it or allow them to pass through to affect lower priority bound actions? I don't fucking know. Yeah, show me the action. Pressed and then hold and release are the triggers. That's the only thing that's changed from default. And then in the mappings, I think it's in core. No, it's not. And of course our click is just left mouse button, and nothing here was modified. And then the input action itself started, ongoing, and completed. And the dragging happens on the ongoing. And like the started will grab it and then while ongoing, you know, I am curious about something. I'll do one thing. There's only if it's an ingredient, right? It's freaking jar. Excuse me? Can't I... What? Why can't I control V? So fucking annoying. I'm curious if trying to update its physics and collision profile name every tick is probably just... It's not liking that. Wait, what? Oh, okay, wait, hold on. I had it backwards. Should work the same roughly as before. No. Even taking the set simulate to physics and changing the profile, collision profile every tick, which probably shouldn't be done anyway, doesn't change anything. Try to make on tick print number and on ongoing. What do you mean? Like get the elapsed seconds and print those on tick while ongoing? Or not print them on tick, you know, but print them on ongoing. Okay. Let me at least get this back to the state it was before, because I'd rather test with the same things going on. Ongoing should be on tick, essentially. Like it's when the player is like holding down a button. So it should work the same way. I mean, that's... Technically, it looks like it's printing maybe 30 to 60 times a second. It's hard to count these here. Yeah, it shouldn't be. This is about 1 second actually, and then we can see it's 60. So it's roughly, yeah, with VSync on, it's 60 times a second. So it is firing at on tick rate. Yeah, there's something weird going on with it. There's only an is valid, but this isn't changing. This doesn't change every tick. This is only changed when we set this. So that's on started. And that only fires once. No, there's just a setting a Boolean. there's a condition here, but it's still going to, it's just casting ingredient found, which will succeed. Because ingredient found is valid every, it doesn't change every tick. Print on is valid. I can print there, validation, false, and then I'll do another one where cast failed, false. I'll do both. It's like, fuck it, right? Then we can see if either of them are getting hit. And when we don't hit, okay. Hit false. Okay, let's see. Validation false. That's fine, because what we're clicking on is not a not an ingredient. There's a false hit. Is what's going on. Why would it fail to hit though? Nothing else should be vectors. I could print the vector. Not here. And put a flying trace. I don't think that getting the camera's world location is ever going to be a problem. I would think it would just be something with the hit result under cursor. That maybe this is causing some issue. I guess we can look for any wonky vectors in the trace under cursor. Yeah, it should be enough data. That should be enough data. I don't see anything out of the ordinary, especially like the Z value would be a dead giveaway, but the Z value is constant. And the X and Y's are within range. The ray itself is only looking for a single channel, which is the alchemy table channel. And there's only one thing that blocks that, which is, you know, as you mentioned, this. Everything else should ignore it by default. It won't even cause overlaps. Suppose that's the question, right? You know what? Why don't I just add a breakpoint? We'll just see what the values look like when false is hit. It's like, fuck it. Okay, ingredient found is, I don't know why it's having a tough time reading that, but ingredient found is valid. Why is it? being all weird. What if we just... I'm just curious. I'm just curious what this looks like. Where is it set now? Where is it sending it? This just checks if we actually hit an object, if we hit the object. Really curious. And I think the time that it printed false, the hit result looked really fucking weird on that. Okay, no, it looks fine. We printed that 96. Wait, maybe it was okay. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe something else has a channel intentionally. I could check, but I don't know if there's anything that I could use to check that. This all looks fine. But out hit is just returning a... Returning a location. Well, no, we haven't actually checked that yet. I think I did trace complex before and it was fucked up. It is just getting a location of 0. Hey, Denectev. Oh, if you don't hit location, so... The fuck then? What about like a hit actor, hit object? Doesn't say anything, it just fails to hit. Our issue is that our line trace is just sometimes not hitting, and we don't know why. We should only care why it does not hit. I mean, I could try trace complex. I don't think the table, I swear we did this before too. Yeah. Still fucking up. So you do a line trace under curse and then do a normal line trace to that hits location. We do a, hold on, let me think of what you're asking. Yeah, we do a line trace from the, where at the cursor's hit location. But it shouldn't, the rounding errors shouldn't matter, right? You need to slightly increase the range of the second line trace. But which is the second line trace? Because we're only doing one line trace on the dragging. Under cursor line trace by channel. Break hit result. Break a result of mouse line trace, okay. Add some offsets to make it longer. Make the dick longer, okay. Well, we could just round up, right? So we could get the location and just round. I swear didn't we even do that somewhere too? Didn't we have some issue like that? Yeah, look, we multiplied by 1.2 on some forward vectors. Maybe this was like a similar. Can't round up since location could also be negative. So just multiply the location of the mouse cursor. Okay. Alright, we'll fucking do it. Change to a float. I think 1.1 would be enough, right? We just need to be a little bit longer. I swear to God, Dev, if you solve this, you're getting VIP. Hey, wait. Now we aren't grabbing it at all. Maybe I did something wrong. And that should not cause that problem. That should not cause that. Making the trace a little bit longer should not be an issue. Wait. Let me draw. Let me draw the debug. Hold on. It makes sense to multiply location. It is an issue rounding error. So tell me, as if you're speaking to an idiot, what do you want me to do? Remember, you're speaking to a designer, not a programmer. But we aren't. Okay, because we need to get a hit result under the cursor. And then do a line trace into that. Because this is like a single trace. We need to be doing a trace every single. That couch fix it too fast. You need to take that vector value and add it to the start. Well, because we need to get the where the player is clicking. I don't know how else to get where the player is actually clicking. Like, and dragging. Result under cursor. I see what you mean now. Hold on. Silky. Silk. Butter. Yep, that's a VIP. That is a VIP right there. And one more big issue that you solve, and that's mod status. That's how easy it is, guys. I don't know. You got me onto the. You got me onto the issue, and where it might be. Now it's fucking silk. I mean, there's still a little bit of like latency, but it's still silky. I don't really know why the latency is there, but. All right, we'll mod you. We'll VIP you too, lazy fangs. Alright, everybody gets VIP. You don't want it now. It's too bad. Now you have it. Now you have it. Okay. I don't know why. Should we find it? Should that be the last thing we do? Is we find out where in the... We're doing it. We're diving deep. Playlists. Chronicles development. We're gonna try to find our past self explaining why that's even there. It had to have been like day 2 or something, right? It was super early on. No, day 4. That ain't dragon, idiot. Because you set the end of the touch point of the table, right? That was bound to be very imprecise. Because we set the end at the touch point of the table. We set the end at where the... that line trace was. Here it is, guys. Here's retardation in effect. Where is it? Yeah, that was more of a confirmation. That was sarcastic. Pointing in the proper direction and lazy did suggest. Yeah, I mean, you both were very helpful. Seriously, thank you so much because it feels so much. I know you can't really see it because I'm still streaming at 30 FPS. But once you feel it, it's butter. It is buttery. And I can delete this. Delete that because technically it's the same thing. Delete these. You don't really need that anymore. Don't need that. Yeah, this is what it is. I see. Did camera to raycast touch point still don't get what? I don't know why. That's not working, idiot. Oh wait, here it is. Look at this. Look at this. He's doing it right now. Break hit result. Look at that idiot. What a dumb. Where did I do it? I don't know fucking why I did it. It's because you guys weren't there. You guys couldn't tell me to do it a different way. Oh yeah, look. Oh look, I'm setting it up. Ooh. He doesn't know. Look at that, he doesn't know. Past self, what are you doing? No, don't do it. No, don't do it. Okay, I'll do it. Bro. You're such an idiot. You don't know it yet because that's how dumb you are. But you're doing 2 line traces on the drag, which only an idiot would do. But again, you wouldn't realize this because of your intense stupidity that seeps from your mouth every time you open it. GG, no re. Don't be haters, start with being nice. Praise, criticism, praise. Okay, you're right. It's like Red Dead Redemption 2 with greet antagonize, right? Hey. Awesome streams. But, bro, you're such an idiot. GG no re. Oh, also, I really like the OSRS shirt. Great stuff, man. Commented. There, easy. Guys, thank you for helping me solve that. Seriously, holy shit. I had no idea what was causing that, and I didn't connect that doing those two traces would be a problem. Because I was only using this to grab the location, so it wasn't like I was using it for any other reason. And I figured, okay, I need my start point, I need my end point. I have my start point, this is my end point, is that hit result under cursor. So that's where I get my information for the line trace. And it just, I don't know, it just didn't dawn on me that I was already doing a line trace. Refactoring and performance. Fuck. It really does. It feels buttery smooth now. There's still the lag behind. I don't really know why that's happening, but it is, at least it's buttery, right? Just has some latency behind the mouse. You need to find 3 line trace. Yeah, I have to put I have to put a line trace that gets the hit location and uses that as the start location for another line trace. I have to like chain my line traces. It's like render review, like good stuff. I love it. I use it every day and it helps a lot. 1 star, yeah. Like kind of a shit game, and then you have 3,000 hours on it. Damn it. Trace towards each object, then trace which one you have clicked, then trace where you want to move it. Fuck, dude. No, it's a lot better now. Really, really, really nice. Oh my god. Oh, I think that was just my mouse dying. I switched over here and my mouse was going to like 2 FPS. I think that was just the mouse. Wireless mouse issues. The trace to object and then trace back, and then to see if you can find the object that you were tracing from, just to be sure. And then do the third trace, which is the actual one where you're confirmed that you've hit the object. So if we look at it from like a side panel, we have the camera, right? And the table. And then the ingredient. So we first do a line trace. Okay, we've hit it. Is the camera still relevant? Okay, that's the second line trace. And then the third line trace we actually do to figure out where we're going. TCP trace. But we should also line trace to from the table to the ingredient when it's picked up to make sure that it's actually hovering above the ingredient. Line trace the game. Okay, I think everything else here is fine where it needs to be. That was really annoying. I mean, if you really want to see it, like, look, we do another hit result under cursor by channel, and then we do another line trace here. And also here we do get hit result under cursor by channel, and we do another line trace, so. Tune in next time, where we solve those. I don't know why. I don't know why I did it. I don't get it. Then trace to the cursor itself in the UI layer. Holy shit. Oh. Here's the real switching if you like it. Switch on enum and then check validations and then do another branch.
It's just a
There it is.
prototype.
Good shit. I love the building. It's so fun when you figure out just how much a retard word you were. Retard. But the thing is, I have no excuse, right? This is the proper usage of the word retard in 2024. I don't have an excuse. I don't have any mental illnesses that would prevent me from thinking clearly. I was just a retard. You don't call... It's exactly like Louis C. cases. You don't call somebody a retard because they are a retard. You call your friends retarded when they're acting retarded. It's as simple as that. You know, look, it's 2024. If we can change the meaning of certain words to mean different things, then I'm going to change the meaning of the word retard to mean somebody who has no excuse and yet still does stupid things. Just like, you know, Mizzy, the internet prankster, right? I'm unlucky to be a VTuber in the community that cares about words a lot. I mean, but would they disagree with me? Maybe they would. People are too sensitive about words these days. Like, fuck it. I have no excuse. And also, we finished potion. We don't have an inventory to actually view our potions, but it is what it is. You'd be fucking canceled. Go ahead, cancel me. If they tried to cancel me, I'd say, hold on, I've said worse. Let me show you the worst things I've said. Why did we have a... I don't know where that was, but whatever. Potions behind you. Where's the iron Poland? Yeah, Poland doesn't care about it, but I know why people are upset about the word. It's just the thing is, I'm not in high school anymore, right? I'm not in middle school. I don't call the kids in special education class the R word. I call myself a retard when I'm doing stupid things. I call my friends retarded when they say that they liked Anthem, okay? Because that just is, you have no excuse for it. They're bigots for trying to cancel food part of their culture. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch is weird. Like, I'm not gonna drop the N-word, right? But I don't mind repurposing the R word to mean me using 2 line traces when I should have used 1. I think that's an okay definition. It's self-deprecating. Or somebody, you know, who was like cutting vegetables, right? And they, let me show you. Like you're cutting something and your fingers are like underneath it. That's just, why do you have to be so retarded? Use common sense. You know how it is. Okay. I'm closing that down for now. Holy shit. We actually made a lot of good progress today. I'm really happy with how much progress we made. Got all my fingers, the knife goes chop chop. Okay, look, I did a lot of stupid stuff too. Like I played with lighting chemicals on fire as a kid in our wooden barn. That's retarded. Do you know which kids never did that most likely? The kids in special education class in school. The kids who we joked were the R word. They never did that. I did that though. So, really, who's the one at fault here? How you guys doing? We can just hang out for like 10 minutes and then call the stream over. We did our basic dialogue system, which I'm pretty happy with. We set up the potion inventory. We have potion naming and icon selecting. And we fixed the line trace issue, which has been bugging me ever since it's existed. I still don't really understand why it was just not returning anything underneath that hit result. I don't really get the math behind that one. It said it was for like rounding errors. But I would think that even if you just increase the... I mean, even if it's like rounding down a little bit, couldn't you just add... I don't know, it just feels like you could just add a couple of units to the end of that line trace and it would solve it. Oh, I could have solved it with that, but it just wasn't needed. Okay. Yeah, just get the forward vector and then just add, okay. But it was still just, it wouldn't have solved the fact that it was unnecessary to have two line traces there. I see. This was you had know how to do it. Yeah, but you'd have to buy a Unity store plugin to do it. And then it wouldn't be updated for your next engine version. I'm just fucking with you. I don't know why it was rounding. You'd think it wouldn't need to round. But I guess it was just like some 10,000th of a number off. Like you said, it was just barely not touching. God, what a problem. It will always round since those are real units. And rounding issues. Yeah, that's true. Well, like I knew about like rounding issues with like a world being too large, right? Like we all knew about that. I didn't think that if I was getting the trace result, I thought that it would have. I don't know. I never would have considered that it was some really tiny little unit rounding error. Especially when it was working, it was hitting it, just not always. I don't know. It was weird. It's gonna be a case study of why float is weird. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, yeah, I don't know where the start of the hit result under cursor like technically begins. But I was thinking, okay, I need a start point, I need an end point. And the start point is always the camera location, the world location, which doesn't change. And the end location is where you hit. And so I figured, okay, then the end location where I hit, it will always hit because it's always doing a hit under the cursor. For one angle it touched, the other didn't, yeah. Maybe the angle itself, I don't know. Point that was equal to location 1 floats have problems with equal. So it's like the logic wasn't necessary. The logic may have been a little bit roundabout, but it wasn't fucked up. It's just the fact that it was a float precision issue. Nearly equal. I like the idea of there being a nearly equal node. Like, you can be a little fucked up. If the solution is more optimized now, yeah. It really is buttery. I would like to, if possible, solve the weird lagging behind the location that gets hit, but I don't know why that's happening. Some weird thing in my. Sometimes it was equals intended to value could be represented as 2 to the power of negative x. Yeah, you will. But this is exactly why the prototype exists. And then coders will look at this when implementing in the vertical slice and be like, what the fuck? What was he thinking? What was he smoking? Sometimes length was longer than needed, and we get no hit when we had too small. Yeah. That was weird. No offense, you make me feel better about my own fuck ups. I mean, you feel that way about me sometimes, and I feel that way about others sometimes. Like when somebody's just plugging in some node, I don't know. But I think that's the reason. I think this is a good example of why I enjoy doing these streams so much. It's just because there's no way I would have solved this on my own. And you know, Cuthbert, you have full-time work. You know, the chances that you would have to actually take a look at this, it isn't as common or as often as if I had just streamed it and maybe somebody has the idea. And fucking Denic Devs comes out of nowhere and is like, why are you so stupid? You're like the perfect superhero, Denic Dev. You just come out of nowhere and you're like, bro, why? And then you just leave. I love you guys so much. It's great. Chat, you're like you're like Captain Hindsight, right? Like you just fly and you fly into the disaster. Like you should have done it this way, and then you fly out. I need to go. Yeah, don't worry. I need to go too. Captain Hindsight, but real time. Real time Captain Hindsight. Looking good. By the way, guys, don't get offended or anything about my talk about retard stuff. It's just a word, and I mean it to describe my own idiocy. Join us at American Night, February 21st. Warsaw Embassy American Night. Oh, wow. I'm already offended. Just a word. I feel like there's a lot worse things you could call some people. And as I've said before, there ain't nothing retarded about people with like mental illnesses. I see people on Twitter who have no excuse, and yet they do the stupidest things or engage in the stupidest arguments. My mom calls me worse. My mom calls me worse too, but thankfully she's just joking when she says it. Like I'm not gonna, and it's not like I'm gonna insult people in chat, right? Like I'm not gonna go off on you guys necessarily, unless you do something like really bad, like, I don't know, drop the N-word or something, or you know, just start getting bitchy or whatever. But I will call myself a lot of things if I feel like I'm acting it. See, it's the same reason with like cunt. People don't like the word cunt, but guess what? Everybody can be cunty sometimes. Man, I do some really cunty stuff. I bitch all the time. I bitch and moan. I complain about things. And just there I said. It's like, can't we just all unanimously agree that we have moments where we are just either really stupid or really emotional for no reason, and it just happens. It's just a human thing. And you know what? Sometimes I need a really harsh word to describe my own idiocy. Okay, that's good. Okay, with that, I'm gonna get going, guys. I gotta get going home, get some food in me. Didn't hear that one? Like you haven't heard it before, or you didn't hear it at all? You should have heard that one. Didn't hear the sound? Really? Do you hear the music at all right now? I wonder if I have, no, it should be on. Elgato sound is enabled. Oh. Okay, I know the issue then. Sorry about that. Let me fix that. Although it might lag a little bit. Just cam, Elgato audio is on. Base audio group, Elgato audio. Properties. Device, Elgato. There we go. Had an issue. Better now? Now you should be able to hear the music, right? Okay, and now if I play that, I had the audio property in. I just didn't have the device set to Elgato. Oh, okay, better now. That fucking. Wait, the voice acting is so. Okay, I have to. Okay, one more time. I gotta do.
Talisman!
It's like the slight reverb on it too. It's so good. Oh shit. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna get going. I will see you tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles. What are we gonna do tomorrow even? We could write the strings for the dialogue. Oh, and we need to work on actually the showing your potion inventory, so we have more UI stuff to do tomorrow. Wonderful. And then let me check. Bullshit. Switch it over. Look, we're solving so many problems today. Having so many bugs. Wednesday and Friday we have Steam Next Fest demos. UIA. And then Thursday we have Dragon's Dogma 1, like usual. And if we don't have, who are you raiding? Man, I don't do enough raids. The problem is I don't like have any time to talk, but okay, we'll figure it out. If we don't have enough days to finish up with all the demos we want to play, we can also do it on Monday. And then I'll just, I don't know. I think actually our next Dragon's Dogma stream, we might finish the game. So we'll see. Okay, who are we gonna raid? Do you have anybody that follows me that's online right now? I don't seem to. You guys can spend channel points too to guide the raid, I think. Or you used to be able to. I don't know if anybody would spend money on that, though. Well, you know, channel points, right? Who do we want to raid? We speak primarily English. Just gonna put you into shape. Yeah, that's useful too. I don't know anybody. I don't know who to raid. I don't raid. Somebody just throw a channel in chat. Somebody do this work for me. What's the point of raiding? Fuck. Fucking ads. I'm so bad at this. I don't know enough people. The problem with me, like, yeah, I would, except I have to leave. Like, I have to upload the video and then just I have to leave because I have to walk home. Look, the frog. Where's the frog? Where the fuck's the frog? This one, coffee lava. Toxic chat. I love it. Is it this one? Should we rate coffee lava? Yeah, I guess looks nice. Okay, let's rate coffee lava. Okay, you guys ready for the raid? Let's do it. Rating gives you points? Okay, here's a thing that I have to ask. I think it still streams me while I am raiding. Do I have to turn off my stream? Because back in the day, you just used to be able to host, right? I can't, and hosting is now different than raiding. Yeah, you gotta stop OBS to stop the stream, okay. Weird. I miss the hosting days, because the raid just moves people away, okay. Well, okay, we'll raid. Alright.